na na da da na 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 na. Shining up my top hat, polishing my cane. There we are, looking pretty active, checking a couple things before I start a stuff. That'll do, cat piggy, that'll do. Like my thing, yay. Alright. We are hot to trot. Good evening, everyone. Caddy here with you tonight, feeling rather bunnish. I hope you're all feeling pretty bunnish too. It is Monday night. It is time for our usual shenanigans. Hello, Wild. Welcome in. Hope you're doing quite well, little Foxy. But yeah, it is today. Today is the day of the day. It was an interesting week. It was, I think it was Monday of last week. Fopsy encouraged me to pick up a 125 stream streak. Good work, Wild. That's a lot of streakers. Proud of you. Keep up the watch. We'll get you some clothes later. Fops and I had both, and hello, Silly Lily, welcome in. Fops and I had both been messaged by a mutual friend out in California, of all places, to let us know about a item that they saw on Facebook Marketplace in our area for local pickup only. And we both looked at it, and she was just like, you can have it if you want it. And I'm like, I want it. Sup, Miss Echo, you are plenty on time. You were here way before I started. You're a good girl. So I contact the person, and first they were arranging to meet me on Tuesday, but after they got off of work, because they may live about an hour away from here, but they work in my city. So they told me what road they were on, and we arranged to meet at the Kroger on that road. Unfortunately, they were going to meet me first Tuesday when they got off, but they ended up not working Tuesday, so took the day off, and we ended up meeting Wednesday. First off was an excuse to go to that Kroger that I don't go to very often because it's, well, the other side of town. But second, yeah, the pickup was perfectly well acquired. And for a whopping $30, I got me another Easter Bunny costume. Fox and I are at odds. She thinks it's a Maryland. I am pretty sure it's an Alinco. Either way, it is a pre-made type Easter Bunny head, but a very high quality one. Like super duper high quality. It looked like it was flopping brand new. The person I got it from had never worn it. Though the bodysuit, hi Silver, welcome in, licky. The bodysuit definitely was lacking a little something. It did not match the same fur, and it had definitely been put in a dryer at some point. Good news though, first off, it fit me, the bodysuit that is. The head obviously fit me, it's a bucket style, so... But it actually fits me very good as far as positioning goes. It sits nicely on my head, and it's resting right above my shoulders, so perfect. The body did fit me, which is, again, definitely a good thing. It had a snap opening on the back from 7 fairly good quality snaps. And amusingly, I could tell that she was right. She had never tried to put this on. Silly Lily's looking at me too. All the lickies tonight. Because when I pulled out the hands and feet covers, I found a hand, a foot, a foot, a foot, and that was it. So I had 3 foot covers and 1 hand mitten. I mean, I have a ton of plain white mittens, and I can make a pair of white mittens in like a hot second. So I'm not too concerned about that. And they also look like they'd been dryerified, so something as simple as a pair of mittens, I'll happily remake those. That takes like a hot second if I wanted to have another pair of white mittens in my collection. So first I spent a lot of time, probably an hour or so total now, brushing out the body. And it got rid of most all of the dryer meltness to it. It's not perfect. It doesn't feel like super brand new fur anymore or anything. But it is definitely not looking like chunkamunkas all over. It could still use probably some more brush and some more love, but I got it pretty well there. I'm fairly satisfied. It looks passable at this point. So then I went to work on the updates I wanted to make to it. First off, cutting off all 7 snaps on both sides of the panel, and I've now replaced that with a 24-inch zipper. Hi, Caddy, I'm home, and it's everyone's problem. Welcome home, Maggie. And the other thing that was interestingly weird about the bunny body was extreme lack of a tail. Well, golly gosh, I had to fix that. And I didn't want no, like, lame tail. So I went to taping a couple of sheets of paper together and cutting them into a shape. And I made up a rather large, fluffy, white bunny tail for it. At its widest point, it is well over a foot on each of the 3 panels to assemble this tail. Yeah, it turned out to be a really big butt puff. Kind of spade-shaped. And I cut a little slit in the back of the bodysuit and sewed the tail directly on with just a top seam. So it should be quite secure, not going to fall off or anything. And it will definitely not get lost and look pretty good on this body. The only thing I'm lacking for it that I'd like, as far as the bodysuit goes, is I'd like to put a white satin ribbon on the zipper pull. So I'll be at Walmart on Thursday. I'll pick up a spool of white ribbon and tie that bad boy on there, and boom, this will be a completed project. I'll probably wear with another pair of my bunny feet. I have enough of those. I don't really generally wear the shoe cover type feet. They're kind of silly. And at least for the first recordings, I'll probably just wear another pair of my bunny mittens that I have sitting around. Again, I have a lot of those. That's not exactly a hard sell. And additionally, before I worked on the bunny tail, I mostly finished a project to put up for sale. A pair of the comfy satin shorts with fur trim legs that I've been making myself. I'm making a yellow pair with yellow fur trim. They're done, all but one other critical thing that I also need to pick up at the Walmart. I realized I had used the last of my waistband elastic on the last pair. So I need to pick up at least one more big spool of that when I go shopping, so I can finish that. I got it done all but just putting the waistband in and sewing over that tube portion, so they're basically done. That's a very short amount of work to do to get that completed. Further plans for this week before I do go shopping is I actually want to make at least one more pair ready to finish to also put up for sale. I'm going to make a pink pair. I have the satin already sitting on my work table, and I picked out which fur I was going to trim the legs with. So that's all lined up and ready to rock. Super anxious to get that sorted 100%. Should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. So that's some homework. At least make that pair. If I can do another pair as well before, or at least even moderately get well into a third pair before then, that'd be even better. I've been getting really quick at building these. I have the measuring and sewing down pretty down pat. Just depends on how much energy I have between now and going shopping Thursday morning. How much I get done before then. But I intend to make more for me and more than one more pair for sale. So we will see what happens. If you said anything to me in the last 10 minutes I didn't hear, I was being in the house made as always. I said hello to you, Miss Echo, when you said sup, but I didn't say anything specific. But you definitely weren't late. I caught you in here before stream started and said hi to you, so Miss Echo is not late. That is a very important thing everyone should note. Miss Echo is very much on time. She's a good girl. An extra good girlfriend for being early for stream. So yeah, I've been wearing some of these comfy shorts for the last couple of weeks now. I have several pairs of them for myself, and they are heckin' fun to wear around and to go out shopping in. Yes, I'm going out and shopping wearing shiny satin shorts with fluffy fur trim on my my shiny tights and a fluffy trimmed hoodie of some sort each time. Totally okay with this. I actually am a-okay with the fact that I'm doing that. I love it. I didn't hear any of that. I know I did myself. You did not do yourself dirty. You proved yourself an extra good girl there, Miss Echo. That's what you did. That's not doing yourself dirty. That's proving you're very good and that you did what you intended. I don't require it, but you're doing what you were planning to do, and you did do that. So good girl, Miss Echo. Good girl. So yay. Overall, that's been a fun project set. I've been really enjoying them. I definitely am going to be wearing these at Anthrocon 110% because it's going to be summertime and they're short and comfy. So extra yay to that. And I made several good finds when I was out shopping this week. Both times because I had the bonus time of Wednesday and the secondary time of Thursday when I do my normal shop. Wednesday, since I was meeting the seller at the Kroger up on the road where I met her. I know I did myself right. You did not. You're a good girl. Oh, I'm connecting to chat again, apparently. Good work. Good work, Twitch, for saying I'm finally watching myself again. Well, I'm guessing it's timing people in and out. Then that's lovely. Thank you, Twitch, for being poots about stuff. I grabbed a few things at that particular Kroger. One, I got a really cute pair of puffy hair scrunchies, one in pink and one in black satin. I'm wearing them off and on my cycle at the moment. Really look good on me. I like how they sit on my head. I got some more glasses for the kitchen. The short, like highball type glasses. So got a 4-pack of those. Had a few break recently, so replenishing. Not the exact same variant we had before, but heck, we have several versions of glass in the cabinet, so I'm working with what we got. My computer people haven't started yet. Well, they probably just got it. Give them a day or so, they'll figure it out. And I remembered that Kroger, in their store brand soda section, has a flavor in diet that Walmart doesn't sell. So I went to that section and they were on sale as well. They were on 10 for 10sies. So $10 for 10 2-liters of diet cherry cola. I was very pleased at this revelation. So I got 10 2-liters of diet cherry cola and threw those on our storage rack. So don't have to buy sodas for a couple of weeks at this rate. We were already fully stocked, and that just made it even more so. So big yay on that. Fairly happy. And then it was regular shopping trip on Friday. Or on Thursday. I didn't need any more bread, so I didn't buy another loaf of the Italian with everything seasoning on it. We hadn't started the last loaf. I'm not buying a new loaf till after that one's at least been dented. So did not get any of that. But I did find a few good snipples on the value lane, as it were. First off, I got some pork chops. A big old family pack of irregular cut pork chops, of which I have baggied and tagged. Put most of them in the freezer, and I have 2 sitting in the fridge to turn into fried rice tomorrow. So that's a plan. Not the best sale I've caught those on before, but I really wanted to make fried rice, so picking up the pork chops was sort of a good thing. So I'll take what little discount I got off of that. Second thing I got, I had a coupon for one of the Smithfield pre-marinated pork loins, and they were on sale. So I got one of those things for like about $4. So that is a seriously good buy. Ended up chucking that bad boy in the freezer. That's a later date project. And I found what I end up cooking yesterday for dinner. Hope they start soon. I do too. I found a very nice size, large chunk of salmon with a yellow tag on it for $6. Baked that bad boy off yesterday for dinner. It was good. We both each had a decent sized chunkle of it. Did onion rings with it and greened beans. Made for a really nice dinner. And I had a couple small chunks of it tonight. Reheated for dinner with some corn. And I stuck it on buns this time, like hamburger buns. So I had a really good sandwichy type dinner tonight of delicious salmons. Not complaining on that. Getting our $6 out of that by far. And I spotted another delicious thing in the yellow tags at Meyer as well that trip. Their Italian sausages, the sandwichy type ones, they had the hot ones. Stack of those were on clearance. I grabbed 2 of the 5-packs. They were $1.70 a pack. And cooked one of those up on Friday with a bunch of peppers, onions, and mushrooms. And oh my glob, that was delicious. That was such a good pack of sausages. I was really concerned that the hot might be too hot. I've had enough times where I bought store brand hot sausages thinking, oh, that'll be fine. And then I eat it. I'm like, no, it just tastes like, fire and no flavor. And fortunately, these were actually more flavor than anything else. There was barely any heat to them whatsoever. They were really, really good. Added just enough of an accent to the cool refreshiness of the peppers, onions, and mushrooms on the nice, hoagie rolls that we get at the Meyer that I found I had a coupon for a free package of. So hot diggity. Why Automod? Oh, right. The P word. This is correct. I made sandwiches over leftover pea fixings, and it was disappointing. I'm sorry it was disappointing there, Jack. So, really, really banging sausage. That was yummers. I also had picked up Wednesday night fried chicken from the Kroger. One of those, 8-piece boxes of fried chicken that's grocery store style. They were fine and all, but I mean, the fact that it was only like $8 or $9 for the full chicken worth fried, I'd say it was a good value. Decent enough flavor, still pretty juicy. Good chicken. I didn't want to get a rotisserie or something because we just finished a thing of chicken legs from a few days back. So, And that lasted a couple of dinners, so that was good. Not the world's greatest value, but a good value and a really tasty special treat. I had a lot of food court food over the weekend. Highlight was drag bib folks to Waffle House for the first time. Still never been to a Waffle House. Lived next to one for quite a while, never ate there. But yeah, it's been a really tasty, productive week here. I'm really happy with how things have been turning out. It was my cooking method. Everything was too wet. Half the fillings fell out of every bite. If there were a lot of veg in there, they definitely need to get cooked down a good bit before they don't get too squishy on a sandwich. You're on the list if you come this way for a con eventually then. It was funny. Yay! I comprehend a Waffle House. I just honestly didn't care that much. I've been dragged around for those restaurants and people are like, oh no, this is the most important thing you'll ever eat. Yeah, White Castle, that's not the most important thing I've ever eaten. I'm never going to eat there again, nor do I care that I ate there the once. They were expecting big stuff. It wasn't. I would just be expecting Waffle Housey stuff. And I don't think I'd be disappointed more than I would be disappointed the fact that I was eating Waffle House. I don't remember if I've ever been to a Waffle House. I mean, it's eggs, sausage, hash browns, and waffles. Exactly. I make good on all those things at home. Cheese, but not for caddy. Yeah, no cheese for the caddy. I mean, we didn't go at the fun times. It's fair. Went during daylight breakfast hours. Normal people actually going to Waffle House, not stoners going in the middle of the night. Denny's was surprisingly good burgers, though. I have actually enjoyed Denny's food. They're better than I expected when I ended up at them. Downtown Atlanta scared the group. Why would Atlanta scare people? I have been to so many cities over the years. Atlanta would not fear me. A few more little personal projects I'd like to work on. I have a lot of my older skirts that I want to pop the waistbands on and shrink down the elastic to fitting me now, because I'm feeling brave enough to wear them out in public. So thinking I'm going to be doing some more of that before Anthrocon, just to improve my con wardrobe. Canadians, UK folk to highlight. So yeah, fair. And I definitely like to try and get a few more things to put up for sale. I don't know what I'm going to, squeeze out, but I know more of the shorts. I've had at least one person encouraging me to make short hauls, which, yeah, I could probably do that. That's one of the reasons why the shorts were done. They were kind of the trial thing to see how I feel about making pant-like objects. So, short hauls, probably in the short-term future. I don't know if I get those sussed out and made some of before Anthrocon or not, but we'll see. Also depends on what fabric I have handy, because I probably wouldn't make those out of satin. I bet I'd make those out of something else. Thank you, Connor the Goat, for the follow. Welcome, and hope you enjoy your stay. Well, hello there. Hello, Connor the Goat. Welcome in. I hope you're feeling go-delicious. So, yeah. Thinking either like fleece, or if I can get my paws on it without too much hassle, try making them out of denim. And just make up a pair or two and see if they move. I'm going to buy a boot CD or a USB tomorrow. Might need a new keyboard and mouse too. Hope not, though. Well, hopefully you're A-okay on those as well, but at least those are both cheap. Worst case scenario, you can buy like a quick doodly-doo set of those for like $10 at the Walmart. Not saying I haven't done that before a few times. LOL, why not old jeans? I might still have some that don't fit me somewhere, because I want to make these for sale, so I want to have new fabric involved in them. So I want to make sure they are something that it's not already pre-worn out by me or someone else. But I can probably get that off of Amazon. They sell a lot of fabric there. So I'll just need to browse and find and see if I can scrounge some denim of some sort. Fleece, obviously, I think it'd be a nice option, especially for my intended audience. I think they would enjoy, especially if I made them, patchwork colors. Because, bright colored short alls that are for people that might like bright colored short alls. Hint, hint. Specifically with snaps in between the legs for, easily putting them on. That's the only reason you'd ever do that, right? Right. Just putting that out there. um, I constantly am having fun, fluffy outfits flowing through my head that I might want to try making, but most of them are going to be longer term projects. And sometimes it is nice to have a comfort sewing project where I can simply just sit down and buzz through something that I feel is satisfying, and or will easily sell without as much hassle. Uh, though I do love all the pretty dresses I've made that are up for sale. They're up for sale, not sold, sitting there in the living room, not being money. So the idea of me, spending a couple of weeks or more making another dress that's going to be sitting in the living room not being sold for the moment is not a rush item. Making something smaller that'll hopefully sell, more of a now item in my eyes. But that's near future me stuff to work on. It is really stupid efficient how these shorts come out though. For how I've been measuring things, it takes exactly 1 yard of satin and exactly a half yard of fur, with enough runoff from that fur to make a collar and a pair of fluffy wrist cuffs. So, not only do I make the product of a pair of shorts, I also can then, with a minimal amount of effort, also make a pair of fluffy cuffs and a collar as a set. Not required to be purchased with the shorts, mind you, but, just something I can have out there. A little extra item up for sale, or for me, depending on how things work out. I like options. Actually. And I like having stuff too, so my idea with making more shorts is I will keep making more for sale and more for me, switching back and forth here and there, whether I'm making a for sale pair or a for caddy pair. And try and get as many for me as I can to make sure I have plenty to wear during the summertime and plenty to hopefully get up for sale. So you want some coffee? Always. Coffee is a delicious product that I enjoy a lot. Ada, Connor. Ada. I am a connoisseur of my quality coffee product in my house. There is a DeLonghi espresso machine manual in my kitchen. I have been working with espresso makers for about 20 years now, give or take. And I'm pretty darn good at pulling a nice, clean, smooth shot. Well, that did something that I didn't know I was into. Oh, Ara? Oh, yeah. That's a fun one. And I'm assuming you're on Turbo since you did redeem something and got it while the ad was going on. So, cool on that. I've been wearing the purple pair today. So, yeah. They feel nice. They look good on me. Definitely a comfy thing. Nope, I disconnected and came back. Okay. Well, welcome back. No turbo. That's okay. To be fair, from my point of view, I get paid whether the same for if you don't get ads because you had turbo, or if you did have turbo and if you didn't have turbo and watched ads, or if you did have turbo and didn't get ads because of turbo. ... Yeah, that all made sense in my head. um, but I don't know them very well yet there, Jack, but I will do my best. Connor, you're a good little goatie. You're a good goatie. You're a sweet little soft pettable goatie, aren't you? You're just a sweet little fluffer. You're a good goatie. You like going out and munching down all that yummy grass and helping keep my lawn clean. Thank you, good little goatie. You're a good little goatie, Connor. Thank you for being a sweet, soft, pretty little goatie. There we go. Excuse me, for I have to go to the bathroom, BRB. Please enjoy your potty trip. Meow. I did get a little into the Prison Architect. I think I figured all the stuff I was having trouble with by the time I was done going through the tutorial on Thursday. So on Tuesday, I should be back to actually starting a prison from scratch as opposed to working with the pre-made precondition situations. I find that game really relaxing once I'm actually playing it and not trying to deal with the stupid intro scenario things. So I'll have a lot more fun tomorrow with that. Last night's Borderlands with Nepal went really good. We definitely kicked our way through. I aimed a tease. Well done, Jack. Nepal and I had a good time getting through all of the Arid Badlands sections, including the closing missions. The only thing we haven't technically done is the mission of leaving the Arid Badlands, and I felt like that'd be better stepped up to when we start next time. That way we can do much or all the Doll Headlands on next Sunday. We'll see how far we get. It's a pretty stacked area, so we'd go through missions basically on top of each other once we claim all of them. But should be a good time. We're really getting into Borderlands 1, and she's having a great time so far, so that's a good thing. We both finally got attributes, so I regenerate ammo since I'm the soldier, and she's regenerating health because she is the sniper, the hunter. So yay, definitely worked on me. Well, excellent. I am glad it was effective. And last week since Nyla's computer is back up and running, we did get back into Borderlands 3 on Wednesdays. Should be continuing that as such in the next weeks to come. He's having a great time. Very good blast player like me, so we're really just burning through stuff fairly quickly, making progress, and enjoying ourselves there too. Also, would you like to dive with me in Helldivers? I need a new dive partner. I don't have Helldivers. I apologize. It looks like a fun game. I just don't happen to have it. I'm sorry. Looks like a really good pew pew. But we have definitely been making progress there. Killed the first vault monster as of the end of last week. And, well, looking forward to continue on that. Here's your cheer. Kill. Aren't you? Refreshing. And Friday, I did a bunch of Lego airport sets for you on stream. Intending to do that again this week. I have plenty more airplane stuffs that I can put together. I took apart everything before I went to bed Friday night, so it all got rebaggied. I still had 2 jets that I had pulled out I didn't build last week. It was a little too tight. I wasn't going to get done with either of them in the time frame. That's why I stopped when I did. But yeah, I got at least 2 more pulled out, and I have a couple I would like to specifically dig to find in the drawer, in the boxes and whatnot. Hopefully I can find them. At least the one I'm really thinking about, if not a few more, the ones that I think would be fun to build. So that's in the hopefully good Friday result this week. I was really enjoying building that on stream. It seemed like people were really enjoying watching it happen, so that's a double bonus. I enjoyed myself. Everyone else was enjoying themselves. So good. They're all 100% good situation. Oh, and hi, Lori Baldwin on YouTube. Welcome in. I apologize if I'm not as good at keeping track of that chat, but hi there. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. I'm also on Twitch, and I can see that chat a lot easier, so I apologize if I don't look up and notice that as often. Sparkly Catty Engage, Meowdy, hello, Mr. Manky Man. Welcome in, you sweet cutie pie. How are you doing tonight? I hiccuped while typing that. Ow. Poor thing. Hopefully it didn't hurt too much. I also, this week had a need to restock some of our bathroom supplies. We were actually starting to run low on refills of body wash, shampoo, and conditioner. So I went on a quest to replace those things. Our shampoo that we use, that was easy. They had plenty of the same stuff we'd been getting for as long as we've been together. So I bought like 4 bottles of that. Body wash again, because it's been a while, because I stock up a lot between, when I buy more. They didn't sell what I bought last time again. Grumble. Or the things I bought previously. Grumble. So I found some other stuff that looks good, and I bought a few bottles of that. And then I went to get the conditioner, and they definitely didn't have any of the conditioner we'd bought previously. And nearly everything was considerably more expensive, annoyingly. I did end up finding it at Meijer at the same price, so I bought it there instead of Walmart. And when I got to Meijer, I saw some of the same body wash that I'd picked up at Walmart, and they were actually on sale. So I bought 4 more. I figured, heck, we're going to bathe. It's not going to go bad. I'll just store them under the sinks. And when it comes to needing a new one, just pop one out and make it happen. Make it bacon. Oh, meow. I still actually had a full spare of everything in my bathroom, so I'm not going to be getting into any of that for a hot minute. I'm not even up to the full. I still have one in the cabinet, and I have stuff that's still fairly full in the shower. Um, but hey, I'm a prepared creature. I'd rather have extra shampoos, body washes, toilet papers, and all that fun stuff because it doesn't go bad, and you never know when Walmart's just going to be out of something when you want to buy more. Full-blown stretch. Oh, that's better. Okay. I think I might need a little caffeinated liquid. My sleep schedule's been a little off lately. I haven't been actually getting to sleep till after 4 in the morning. And my alarm gets me out of bed at 10 after 10. So, we're looking at about 6 hours of sleep-ish a night. Not the best situation. My body thinks I need more. I kind of agree with it. Let's see. Where's that little bottle? Where's my caffeinated Kool-Aid? There it is. Got it. Stand by. Wrist go broken while I do this. Cherryish. Put you back where you live. Check. 6 hours a night is my average. This is fair, Wild. I am okay with that. If it makes you feel well rested, it is the right number of hours for you. I usually do better with a little bit more sleep overall, but, you know, work with what I got. The B in Lana's name stands for baby. Yeah, makes sense. I'll accept that one. Lana Baby Hopkin. And the underscore in Cellula's name stands for extra small, because that's her height measurement, because it's an underscore. It's really short. I'm getting such a look from Silly Lily. What? You were helping with Lana, so I was helping with you. I want to make sure you didn't feel left out. We need you to be reminded you're a good little itty-bitty Silly Lily. The 84 is my height, so I'm 84 inches. No, honey, that's 84 centimeters. Centimeters. Your metric. And that is, well, 0.84 meters here in VR Chat, which makes you smaller than me. So you are definitely small. What do you mean, nah? That's facts. That's definitely facts. I'm going to go with facts. No, it is facts. It is definitely not puppyganda. You trying to say you're big and ferocious, that would be lies and slander. Mow. Ooh. You're a lion, therefore you lie. No, it means I lay on things. I am a lie-on. I lie on things. I lie on the couch. I lie on the bed. I lie on top of the silly lily. I lie on things. Yeah. No. What do you have? What do you bunny? Where's Fopsy? She would agree with you're small. She's still at work. Where's the bread? In the fridge. But I'm not small, silly Lily. I'm the big, scary one. I'm a big, scary lion who just lies wherever I want to lie. It's more comfortable that way. Ugh. That's better. Mm. Yum, 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 yum. Big scary lion who lies about being bread products. I'm not bread products. Why would I be bread products? Oh. But I am a big scary creature. This is facts. That's easy to prove. Just look at me. I'm big. I'm scary. Rar. Rar. My joke is failing to get a rise out of anyone. That definitely sounds like a bread joke. Mm. It has been a hot minute, though, since I'd made it through Borderlands 1, so going through with Nepal is going to be a good time for me. Looking forward to dragging her around through all the areas and getting her the experience of taking out all the scary stuff. I need people to laugh or groan. You kind of got a bit of a groan for the failing to rise on any one thing. Oh. It's the yeast I can do. Time out for Maggie. I think you earned your groan from Silly Lily, so you're covered. You did your task. So Nepal and I made it through all of the Sniper Elites through 5, and at least one of the DLCs for it. So we had a good time with all those. That's when we went back to Borderlands 3 or 1 for her. Um, Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little bit drowsy. I'm just like closing my eyes for a minute here and there just to see if I can push it off. Hopefully I don't accidentally fall asleep. I'm doing my best. It could have been funny if you let it rest, but it's gone sourdough. Oh. The Paul and I have made it through Borderlands 2 and 3 together, and a lot of the DLC for 2. So I'm definitely feeling like this is going to be a overall good experience for her. Leaves chat. Nah, you're fine, silly Lily. Don't leave. I like when you're here. It's been fun playing Borderlands 3 with Nylet for the first time. We definitely meshed together pretty well with our play styles and with our humor. So it's really been a good time as a whole. I didn't think it needed to wait that long. Oh. And hello, Spuddy Nap. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, too. I could definitely use your last name. Why is it I get tired at the wrong time? It's awake time. Stream time right now, not nap time. I'm a potato foxy. I know another potato foxy. Potato foxy are good things. Yep, I'm okay with leaving it if the bread jokes keep rising. Oh, take a nap. No, stream time. I'm streaming from now till question mark. So I awake. Only way I'd nap is if I did it on stream. And I don't really think that'd be a good idea. Oh, you renamed yourself. Oh, you are the Potato Foxy. Oh. Hello, Potato. Well, isn't that a cute rename? I like that. Well, you know what that means I have to do. That's, Bink. Space. And. No. Not both those letters. That. That's what I have to do. Sorry about that. It's in the rule book. If you didn't read the rule book, it's there. Had to. But yay. Hello, sweet patat. I hope you're having a good day. Spuddy Nap. What an interesting name you picked. Apparently you were playing Dying Light the Beast. Good work. You're one of my friends from opposite land in the exact opposite time frame. So for you, it's early morning, 8 or 9 a.m., something like that. Anyway, good morning, cutie. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good rest last night. Seeing it's 8 o'clock, that means the Fopsy is being extracted from the workroom and will be coming down shortly. It's 8 a.m. Aha. Yes, you are still at exact opposite land than me. Because it's 8 p.m. here right now. Which is weird. I'll be honest, it does feel weird when you're talking to someone that is literally the exact opposite time you're at. Like, no. Is morning? No, in night. In nighttime. Sun is set, not sun is rised. I will say, during the summertime, there's a chance we'll have sunlight at the same time. I think. In any case, that'd be cool. I'd be looking at the end of the sun while you're looking at the beginning of the sun for the day. Be sharing a little bit of Pacific Ocean light. And yep, there's my Fopsy Fluff. I heard chair noises. She is beautiful. She says I heard nothing.
This is not the Fops you're looking for.
Apparently this is not the Fops I'm looking for. I can go about my business. I think I'm out of good bread types. Oh, meowsers. I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to yawn. I'm definitely not doing it on purpose. I'm trying to drink more caffeine. Caffeinated Kool-Aid right now. I'm going to have a little bit more of it.
What? I'm sorry, huh?
What, the cherry flavor drink squirt with caffeine? I love it. I've been drinking it pretty solid for the last, 3 months. No, the cherry Kool-Aid stuff. The squirt, the flavor squirt.
Oh, have you tried the new taste stuff?
Yeah, I've been drinking. I've drank that before. I just have been lazy about going back to Kroger.
Well, it's a little bit weak, but, for the price, you can go wrong.
All right, I got all that caffeine in my body. Either it's going to work or it ain't going to work. Either way, we gave it a shot. None thing left, really. Fopsy, do you have anything? I have Fopsy. She's a thing. No clue what you're referring to, but I want very spicy Indian curry. Yay! Curry. Oh, I could definitely use a curry. That's a delicious option. Why am I mean to you? You have fish in the fridge.
But fish is not curry. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing.
Yes, they are. They're still food. It's a delicious food. Hi, Fopsy. Bread buns are soda hard sometimes. Bread puns pounded my brain or out. Children are being interesting tonight. I think some were a little wonked out from having been playing around at FWA, which I'm okay with. I hope you all had a good time, whoever was there. I need new ones. No, you don't. I know Maggie was there and Tanya was there. Naughty was there. A lot of people must have been there. You need to think harder. Hmm. 17K attendance. That is a lot of people. That is almost as much as Anthrocons top point last year. That is too many people at a con. That's my biggest problem with these bigger cons is they are getting too big. Because so many things are limited space experiences, like any given single dealer. Let's just put that into perspective. One dealer with an 8-foot, stretching, with an 8-foot folding table is their space. At most in front of them, you could have maybe 4 people looking at their stuff. And that's actually pretty cramped because then you're just looking at exactly what's directly in front of you, not all of their stuff. So if there's 17,000 people and say even 1% of them really want to spend right that one point at that same dealer you're going to look at their stuff of, yeah, good luck. It was crazy in the dealer's room. Yeah, I kind of bet. I bet you that was definitely a tight experience. Definitely found that one of the few reasons why Anthrocon and MFF's dealers' rooms are as nice as they are is how much they've been trying to spread out. Giving more space in between the dealing tables, making bigger aisles, and utilizing their biggest possible spaces they can to house the dealers' rooms. It's been helping a lot. Especially last year, since MFF moved the dealer's room down to the first floor, that gave them the bigger room to work with, and it was a lot more space. Oh, they moved to the Dragon Con space. Well, that's good. I'm glad. But even like the previous year at MFF, they were still in the upstairs area, and wow, the dealer's room felt so cramped. That was also when they enacted that entrance ticket system for the dealer's room. So you would have to, for Friday, pick up a ticket to get your time slot for entrance on Friday to get into the dealer's room. Every other time it's fine, but until that ticket line was all done, I think that's when they realized they needed to move it to a different spot in the event space. So they were over at American Smart, like 2 blocks over from the normal hotel areas. Okay. I have no idea where the spaces are at FWA. To be honest, I've never been there. In fact, I've only technically been in Atlanta probably twice, and that was because of a layover, meaning I never left the airport. Elsewise, yeah, I've had no actual Atlanta experience. I have relatives in town, but never been there myself. Should really consider going down and visiting. Would be fun. It's 3 hotels chained together for the main areas. But that's pretty cool. At least they got something to work with. Skybridge over each for the 3 block full. It's big enough. Cool. MFF definitely has the similar amount of hotels that are like snap tagged onto their convention center, which I think is neat. Anthrocon could really use that, but there's basically no way to create a skybridge system from all the hotels in Pittsburgh down the convention center. That'd be, that'd be ludicrous level of trying to make a bunch of air sidewalks, as it were. Though if they did them like airport walkways and had those moving sidewalks, that'd be awesome. Are not turned on over there, sweetie? Is everything okay? I'm sorry.
No, it's working. I'm gonna throw this in the trash. We'll be fine. We have trash.
I'll take a look at it in a bit.
I just had to brute force it.
Ah, sorry about that.
No, I had to restart 3 times, and in the end, I unplugged the power supply. You would hear it plugged back in, and suddenly it decided it wanted to work. I had to brute force it, unfortunately.
I'm not sure what happened. I apologize. I wish I was able to help troubleshoot it.
You don't need to apologize. Computers are what they are. I just didn't want to have to deal with this after work.
I know. I'm sorry, Sweet Pea. Hi, Nepal. Welcome in. Hi, Plushie. Was hanging out with another Plushie bit on Saturday. Hey, Nepal. Hi, Maggie and Wild. Not a plush, though. What was that? Did Fopsy's PC? Fopsy's PC's up right now. She is working again. So we are good to go. Trust me, if it wasn't, I'd give a stream pause and go be checking that out right then. Yay, that is good to hear. She still needs hugs. She sure does. She needs lots of hugs all the time. And we will be okay with you pausing to fix that. Yay, so does Ketty. Nah, I don't need hugs. I don't get hugs. I'm hugless. I'm a huglet. Super anxious, though, to get that pair of shorts finished on my list up for sale because I've been enjoying them, and I want to see if other people really want to enjoy them, too. I can probably get them down to reasonable prices because of how much the fabric would be total. And I can get the labor down pretty tight. So as long as I keep my production level at a good ratio, I can make sure and put those at a price that hopefully people are willing to buy at. I am told to give Mom Skunk hugs. Well, you're allowed to give Mom Skunk hugs. But yay for Miss Echo. Miss Echo, you are made of yay. I'm going to wholly agree on that. Hug chat? Sure, I'll give chat a hug. All right, chat, remember, my eyes are up here, but my hugs are down here. No, that way. There you go. Yep, see, my hugs are down here. There you go. Hug and chat. Just give me a nice, warm, cuddly hug. Caddy gets and gives a hug. I am giving the hugs. I'm the hug producer. Enjoy this warm, cuddly bunny hug. Snuggle, 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 snuggle. Boobs. Well, that's where a hug is. That's where hugs are, silly. At your chest. There we go. You've all been hugged. Deal with it, nerds. Get loved on. I am rather amused that we are well into May. We're a third of the way through this month already. It is, knock on wood, still relatively nice out. I'm still at jacket weather, which is really good for me. In fact, it's nice enough that I can still wear, like, warmer gym jams for bed at night, which, yeah, I really prefer that, because that's a lot more comfy in the end result. LOL, I do love what I got from the adult dealers den for my boyfriend, and that's not safe for work. Well, I hope he enjoys whatever that is. Yay for comfy jammies. Absolutely. I prefer when I get to wear comfy gym jams to bed. Makes my night a lot easier. I sleep so much better. No, I mean, it's safe for work. Oh, well, if it's safe for work, then I hope he enjoys it too. Yeah, it's crazy how cool it is here too. I am loving that. I hope that lasts as long as possible. The longer spring stays before we have to, turn the cold box on weather, I'm down for this. I would like a few more drier days so that I can go out and mow the lawn more efficiently, but I'll take what I can get on that. Everything working well. Looking at the weather, I can probably go out and mow on Friday, and it definitely already needs it. Stupid rain. Stupid grass. Not a big fan of grass, lawns, and whatnot. I feel like it's such a waste of time. Personally, I'd be happy to just let the stupid thing grow to whatever it wanted to grow to. But HOAs don't think that that's a good idea. They think you should have your lawn mowed for some reason. I'm going to find that Duke plushie to subject the Discord to. I like 7 weeks and we'll be starting to head to AC. Oh my. Yeah, that kind of AC I'm looking forward to. I'm all hepped up on goofballs to load up the car and drive to Pittsburgh. Heck yeah. I am by far not ready, but hey, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it live. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna have fun. I just can't believe it's already that close. I know. It's so quick to get between Anthrocon and MFF. It just feels like you barely have time to breathe between those two cons. Cries in Floridian. Don't cry in Floridian. You have Megaplex down there. And you're not that far from FWA. That's only a little north of you. Nor am I. I need to get the mindset to finish my dough stuff. You do need to finish that dough suit stuff. Get them spops put in there. Spop yourself up, you little spoppy little fawn. Then again, Anthrocon, I am not bringing any full suit bodies with me, so there's that. Mewtwo is going to be the tights and leotard variant. And probably in cute dresses the entire time. Because that's how I roll. And I like how I roll. Definitely looking to count what outfits I will need for the con and try to not overpack by too much. I'm feeling a lot of short dress stuff and just trying to limit it to how many I'm going to need, not to how many I wish I could wear during a con. because you quickly can turn into a you pack too much. I still own a fursuit of my Mayu. I think it'd be cute. AC, I'm just bringing the dough because Pittsburgh is way too warm for my plushie. I feel that. Not the fur cons, it's the temperature. It's already hell here in the afternoon. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, you do live down in Florida where you have like 2 months out of the year where the air conditioner could have like a break. Which is scary. I don't know how anybody lives like that. I'd rather have, snow weather than have to deal with like summer all of the time. And it be like death summer for the actual summer part of it. Just a little too much for this lion. And the way prices are going, I don't see me getting to go down and do the one thing I'd love to do in Florida anytime soon again. That being Disney. Those prices had already been going up and up for over the last always. And I just don't see us being able to squeeze the several thousand to go on a Disney World adventure again. Just because even for a short trip, you're easily that much for 2 people. And hello, Nook Nook. Welcome in. Reminds me when I visited a friend in the Gulf Coast years ago. It was so warm, the moist down there, I was dripping in sweat. Ugh. It's also why when we went to Disney, the times we did it in January into February. I actually had to wear a jacket the one year. I loved it. I'm like, I'm in my comfy hoodie. And as I watched all the locals shivering to death, wearing like winter coats, I'm like, what? No, it's just light jacket weather, yo. Just some with sleeves. You'll be fine. And the other year we went and played in the swimming pool at our hotel. It was literally just the 3 of us. No one else was in the pool. Because all of the locals thought, it's cold. Wear pants and a jacket. Going to Disney and having to wear not shorts. What a weird concept. Just remember to wear your sunscreen if you're going to be at Disney. It's okay, love. I love you. I appreciate you. Only need to wear the heavy one on the scooter. Oh, like a heavy coat? In Florida? I never feel like Florida is even close to needing a heavy coat anytime I've been there. In my opinion, it was like air conditioner weather out there, even when it was the coldest I was in Florida. It was so lovely. Extra wind chill. Oh, because you're scooting along extra fast. We'll put a scarf on you and like action goggles. Wow, I've seen pieces of that mall show and damn. Oh, the Darth Maul series on the Disney? Yeah, I'm from Georgia. Yeah, you're down there in the warm zone. I am loving Maul. That has been a romp. I didn't watch this week's episodes yet. I usually end up watching them on Tuesdays. But yeah, it's been hitting hard. I watched up to last week, so episode 8, I believe. I do for MFF next time. I need one. I'd rather not. But yeah, Maul has been excellent. For anyone who's curious where the story is set, without spoiling it all, the show, obviously, it appears to be sometime like just after Clone Wars, around when like Bad Batch was going on. So it's right there. We are early Empire. We are just after Order 66 kind of situation where stormtroopers are now in effect and the clone troopers are being phased out. And the art style has been beautiful. The acting has been wonderful. I've been loving all the characters. I've been loving yet another like side quest planet being involved here. Another place that you hadn't been before, but it's been an experience to be more into the early rebellion phase. Episode 8, I forgot what that one was. I don't want to spoil it, silly Lily. I don't want to spoil it for anyone else. Because I start talking at all about the episode, I start, ruining what people are going to enjoy. But I'll wholeheartedly say, yeah, get in there, people. Go and enjoy that. So, Bad Batch time, but Maul adventures. Exactly. His time out in the dark light. It is interesting. We've had multiple little sections that have gotten a lot of visibility lately in the Star Wars universe. This is one of the time windows that's been getting hit a lot. Rebels happened around the same time. Obi-Wan was then. Andor was during this time frame. And then you have all the ones that are happening after the episode 6, after Jedi, like Mandalorian was then. We had Boba Fett, because that's kind of chapter 3 of Mandalorian. And we had the Ahsoka series that was during that phase. So Disney's kind of hitting some of these windows where you got a good section that you can play with, and you have an interesting potential environment to work around. I'd say give us Old Republic stuff, but I'm afraid they would mess that up. Acolyte was Old Republic era. And I thought it was actually a really good series. I thought it was very representative. And it ended on a really, really, really good cliffhanger. I'll spoil that. It had Yoda in the cliffhanger. I'm like, oh, good. We're going to involve Yoda in the second part. And apparently it got canceled because too many people complained about some of the something can't have Anakin not be the most specialist boy in the world. I'm like, it was fine until they ruined Anakin. But they didn't ruin Anakin. They didn't do anything to Anakin. Anakin was fine. He could still be special boy. There could be 2 virgins of the Force. Ever. Because equally, Luke was further brought balance to the Force. Just as much as Anakin did. And Anakin did bring balance to the Force. That's what he did. He balanced it. He killed everything. So there was a balanced level of Sith to Jedi. More or less. What about Yoda? Yoda's awesome. And we need more Yoda. I am anxious for the Mandalorian and Grogu movie to come out on disc. But it's hopefully going to be here soon enough, because it just would have been in theaters as of May 4th, I believe. Oh, the Maggie, the Acolyte, the one series that was set pre um pre Phantom Menace back in the Old Republic. Just the way that the Acolyte was born, technically made another Virgins in the Force, which that annoyed a lot of people that were all about, Anakin has to be Mr. Special Pants only, and therefore that you can't have another Virgins of the Force character. I think I missed enough. He balanced it by clearing the scales. Exactly. Man movie is next weekend. Oh, okay. Okay, so it is coming up soon. All I know is I don't see it until it comes out on plastic, so I'll probably watch it first on the Disney Plus because it'll be available there. Same time it comes out on Frisbee, so I'll see the movie on Disney Plus, and then I'll unwrap my copy of Frisbee and then put it on the shelf because that's how that works. Looking forward to that though, because I really do love that character. He's been a lot of fun. Mando Djarin has been amazing. I think he's a good actor. I think he plays a Mandalorian foundling so well. And I think he works so well with the little Grogu puppet character being with him. And the fact that it's definitely a puppet as opposed to a CGI Muppet the whole time. Very much prefer that. I see. I heard rumor that Disney is trying to redact the sequel trilogy. Hope they do. If they sell the Frisbee. I hope they sell the Frisbee. They like making money, so they like selling Frisbees. Worst case scenario, at least watch it on Disney Plus. But, yeah, as long as it comes up at a reasonable price, not like $40, I will own it. Reasons why I don't own the Mandalorian series on disc or several of the other ones, because they made them too expensive. Why would they redact the sequel trilogy? I don't know. I thought it was fine. I think they're all good enough. I would like more, to be honest. I enjoy getting more media to enjoy. Feed me good cookies here, Disney. At least feed me basic biscuits. Don't feed me anything that tastes like store brand Hydrox. But give me something that tastes like good enough, like a Little Debbie is okay. We'll take Little Debbie's. That's all due to one guy, the Yoda puppet, I mean. Can't remember his name, though. Frank Oz? Yes, Frank Oz. What about Frank Oz? I did like in the sequel trilogy, we did actually have the Yoda puppet come in as a ghost. That was amazing because we didn't have CGI Yoda. We had Yoda puppet come in. I'm like, oh, that is awesome. I like crotchety old Yoda puppet. That was the Yoda I grew up with, was crotchety old wrinkle puppet face. So cute, little silly old man. Or do you mean Ferrero Rocher? Got it. But I like my Star Wars stuff. Star Wars stuff makes me happy. Not everything in the sequels was bad. Yeah, I mean, there was still good stuff. There's stuff that was annoying. There's stuff I didn't like, but I mean, you could easily have more Star Wars after that. You can have more Star Wars before that. It is set in the distant future after the end of Jedi. So you have a big window there you can keep playing with, which they have been. I definitely want to see more Ahsoka. We need another series of that. I want more Acolyte, but I assume we're not getting that. Andor did come to a conclusion, so I'm assuming that's like done, because they basically closed that off to, as far as I can tell, right before Rogue One. So that series kind of ended. No, it was an actor. The guy fell in love with the Grogu puppet and made fun of the production using freezing CGI. Huh. To be fair, them using CGI and puppets kind of interchangeably in some of these situations, I definitely can understand. Because there's times where you can make a puppet do things. There's other times where what you want to do with the character, you can't as easily make a little piece of foam rubber do it. But if you have temporarily an animated variant that does the thing, Disney at least can usually be clean enough to squeeze that in and not make it look too obtuse. I mean, we do it with stunt doubles all the time in live action people situations. You can do it with a puppet to a CGI. They do a lot with the puppet. Good. I mean, yeah, pretty much all of the Mandalorian series slash Boba Fett, when Grogu was present, he was a puppet. He was literally a little physical dude on set. And that was pretty cool. I liked that. You could definitely tell the limitations of being such a small puppet, because there was less ability to interact with his hands and whatnot. They could use CGI in between for some stuff, but mostly practical. Yeah, and there's also kind of that stuff, kind of like Lord of the Rings CGIing, like where they kind of blued all the hobbits' eyes to ungodly blue, and they made them digitally shorter than all the other characters. There's some levels of computer modification to shot film that isn't necessarily bad. If anything, it's using your tools in a way that can improve a situation where makeup and standoffs can't quite squeeze things the way you want. So I'm okay with stuff being the way that is. And though, yes, I fell in love with starship battles back with the original Star Warses, which was all basically kind of stop motion ships on pegs on a green screen. And then they changed that up to CGI, which it's starships. They're big robot-y objects, not people. It's a lot easier to have that look okay as a CGI. As long as and if anything, CGI is pretty good at keeping consistency. Because once you make a 3D model, you have it up there in your 3D world, turning it around, it's still the right shape for whatever aspect you're shooting it at, in all quotes. And you have potential for such a more wide variety of starships / quantity of them up in a shot without having to, have 300 models sitting there to make a fleet of TIE fighters coming at you. I'm even pretty sure in Jedi they shot some of that stuff and just duplicated how many TIE fighters were in the battle over Endor. Still, absolutely one of my favorite parts of Star Wars ever was the battle over Endor. That was one of the most epic Star Wars-y moments we ever had. I feel they were doing a good job of trying to repeat the excitement there with the beginning of episode 3 with that big epic battle there. I felt that was pretty good. But it was really short-lived, and it just felt like we were like a slice of pie in the middle of that for just a second, and then all of a sudden we're in there trying to rescue the, Emperor Palpapalp. Which, yay, boo, whatever. If anything, I feel like the prequels, a lot of the times, it felt like we were dragging things out, and other times it felt like we cut things short where we didn't need to. Wasting time on the pod race felt like it was really dragging out. Rushing through so much of episode 3 and episode 2, I think is what kind of spoiled it, if anything. We almost could have had like 4 movies from what could have been from what happened in those 2. It just felt like we were kind of shortchanged. That, and other than the Clone Wars series itself, the actual Clone Wars starts at the very beginning of, or the very end of episode 2 and ends basically in the first, third-ish of episode 3. Might have been the first half. I don't remember exactly where it cut, but it just felt like we could have had really a Clone Wars, and we had a clone beginning and end. And everything with like on Geonosis, the place with all the bug people at the end of episode 2, that could have been longer. Hunting down Jango Fett could have been drawn out a lot more. And the Camino planet, I feel like we just barely got to be there, and we were gone from it. It was a really cool planet. Yes, a lot of these things got reused in the Clone Wars cartoon. But I feel like we could add more about that stuff in the movies. About third feels right. Yeah. Kind of feeling that. Then you get to 3 there, and like that first battle, yes, I'm okay with them coming in and just being in a battle. It's not the first time we've done that in a Star Wars movie. That's how the first movie started, was Leia's ship is coming into view. Tantive 4 was jetting in from hyperspace and getting chased by a Star Destroyer. So yeah, it's not like they're new to coming into action, but I mean, come on, you had a giant space battle over Coruscant with a fleet of Federation ships and a fleet of Star Destroyers going at each other. And we just focused on a couple of starfighters flying through it. We could have had so much more fun with that. And for all of the starships that were involved in this era, we barely saw any of them actually getting any good use in the movies. The V-Wings, which were the prototypes, showed up like right at the end of episode 3 for like a second. They never got to fight anything. The Arc Fighter, that big like triple X kind of wing thing from the beginning of the movie, we saw like one of those for a second, and it got blowed up. That's a 3-seater fighter ship with loads of weapons. It's a gunboat. And we saw it for like a minute. Could have really enjoyed that thing. And there were a few other like fighters that were involved during the Clone Wars phase that just never got, I don't even think got on screen. We barely had any of the shuttlecraft or light cruisers, period. And we just kind of went from the earliest Star Destroyers, the landers, from episode 1 or episode 2 to the Venator class being in orbit around Coruscant in episode 3. And we could have had so much more. Because you don't just like retire an entire fleet of Star Destroyers. The landers, they're still out there. Couldn't those have been in use? Not just, and we're just using the new toys. You have to buy the new toys, kids. You cannot play with the old toys. Grumble, grumble. But a lot of it does get explored in other things like the Clone Wars series and whatnot. Clone Wars really, really explored a lot more of the Federation's hardware and the Republic's ships and whatnot too. I think 1/10 CGI to practical effects is better. That's fair ratio. I'm not going to complain about that. Practical effects are definitely better, but in some cases, CGI is basically only the way you're going to have certain things be. So it does come down to what is possible over what is not possible. And though we've definitely been doing more AI fixing things over the years, it's not like that has not been used to clean up things for a long time. It's just it's become a bigger problem lately. So many times we've been using computer-generated fixes to clean up shots, move things around, modify stuff. We've been doing computer correction editions since the 80s, and I think possibly into the 70s with some early computer film modification stuff being done. It's amazing how long that's been going on. It's just the tools are getting smarter. I say that in the biggest quotes because that doesn't necessarily mean they're better, and they end up getting overutilized. One of the bigger jokes for episode 3 was they showed off the sets of episode 3, and it was just a series of creeds. LOL. Some things were never meant to be. Speaking of Star Wars, Clone Wars, the cartoon version with Grievous, was dark as heck, as in the 2003 version. Oh yeah, I'm actually rewatching Clone Wars right now. That's my my background noise, and I love how dark Grievous is. The fact they address the fact that in the first season, he definitely was flesh and blood, still partly is. And he chose to have all those modifications done to his body. Scary. The very first Spider-Man movie as a prime example of practical effects. Yeah. He murdered the Sith witches, I think. Grievous? Yeah, I believe he was involved in the... he was the one that ran the attack on the Night Sisters. And yeah, he kind of murdered all but a couple of them in that run. At least that clan. There were still actually other clans available, alive still, fortunately. I need to hop off chat to let my phone charge. Get that phone charge there, Jack. Hopefully it juices quickly for you and you can get back to enjoying whatever it is you wish to do on it. Clone Wars had so many good arcs and changes and things they did. Everything from bringing what was initially the annoying child Ahsoka to ending with the late teen / early adult uh mature Ahsoka walking away from everything, that was awesome. I'll admit, like a lot of people, I didn't even want to like her at the beginning of that. By the time it was over, I liked her better than a lot of the other characters. I got reminded of the one movie that makeup on the dogs to make them look emaciated and starving was way less convincing when pulled up in HD format. This is also fair. One thing to remember with a lot of early practical effects like makeups and stuff that they did for TV or early movie style, because the lenses weren't as clear and your TV resolution was butts, especially over antenna. Now being displayed in HD, you realize all the things that don't look quite right. There are times where, yeah, it is fun to rewatch a lot of the older stuff back on a blurry CRT. Sad but true. And I no longer have any CRTs in my house, so I will happily just endure them on flat panels. And that's A-okay. I will deal with life the way I deal with it. Kind of like something early Nintendo stuff got away with. Because of the way that the scan lines worked on the TV, it actually smoothed out the characters, so they looked less blocky and pixelated. And the shading was kind of automatic due to the way that the different lines interacted. It was so cool that they kind of snuck that stuff in to work around the limitations and utilize it to fix a problem they couldn't afford to make work with technology they had. But yeah, a lot of older stuff, stuff back from, pre-HD era of filming, and recording, where things were just recorded in the way that, this will work fine. It looks good when we look on the screen. It's perfect. And then you look at it nowadays like, ugh. To some extent, I'm against, other than actual repair of damaged video and film to re-release stuff. There are other times where I look at it and go, okay, yeah, Hollywood, take the couple of months and actually kind of do a little bit more remastering to that. Throw a little color correction here and there. Clean some of that stuff up. Maybe give us like 2 versions on the disc. The unedited variant, just color corrected back to the way it should be if the film was getting a little wonk. And then give us another version where you actually went in and just actually corrected stuff and went, yeah, that makeup looks really broken now. Since we can see all the details. But yeah, I do love that so much of film is being preserved now, and so much of it has been resurrected and restored. I know there's a ton of it out there that's either nearly lost or is now effectively lost media, both in movies and TV shows, that I am sure many of us could have gotten a good enjoyment out of, but now never will because the originals were taped over, worn out, or just neglected and lost. I know a good example of this recently has been the work to remaster and clean up the original recordings of Reboot, which was like the first CGI, 100% CGI cartoon show on TV. It was amazing. I also found out the copy I have is the the cleaned up tape from Russia that got translated into DVDs, which I'm okay with because honestly, it still plays nice for me. I enjoy it for what it is. I still feel like it's a good representation of the show. And yeah, it was an amazing ride. I'm happy though that we're getting that fully real cleaned up so that another generation might get to enjoy that silly romp. Is everyone going to get all of the dated jokes? No. But hopefully more people will. Holds up Star Wars Christmas special. I know enough people have been keeping that alive in forms one or the other. May or may not have a DivX of that on a hard drive. Lost video games are a huge issue too. They are. There's so many of those that have been lost to time. I am proud of everyone that does ROM dumps and preserves things that are going to go away just because of degrading chips / disk rot / whatevs. And just tries their best to keep a lot of this old stuff alive. Granted, I'm pretty sure I personally don't want to go back and play a lot of the, Commodore 64, Apple IIe video game era. I'm okay with that. But I'm happy for anyone that wants to see those things, wants to experience that is something they can still go back and get to. And anything that was super short run or cut off early on in its existence, even if it is just like a moderate version change, like the track and field game for the NES. The original version was only out for a tiny period before Nintendo purchased it directly and made it be rebranded with their characters and whatnot and sold as an NES starter bundle. Yeah, there's a version of that that's super rare just because it was a short print. But the game itself is still available. And like a lot of things, basically the entire old Nintendo library has been ROM dumped and is available in places on more than one person's hard drive across the world. And hopefully continues to be available and not lost to time. But anything that's been like DMCA takedown or whatever over the years, or not being allowed to be resold anymore due to temporary use copyrights on like music or material. Good example of that is the BattleTech game that I backed on Kickstarter about 10 years ago. And apparently they only got so long of a license to have that game. And I believe that got taken off the Steam store. I still have a copy of it. Heck, I still have the early access copy of it on my account. But you can't buy it now. And it's basically just tabletop BattleTech in computer. Just turn-based RPG. Which would be so much fun nowadays to play with friends. It's so much easier to explain how to play that game if all you have to do is point and click. As opposed to sitting there rolling dice and moving mans on a little hex table and calculating everything in your head. Yes, I'm good at that. Trying to get people over to do that in person, pretty much murdered. Speaking of that, there are 2 units of that system that are up on my Throne wish list. If anyone wants to feed my my obsession, those are up there. Exclamation throne if you're curious. They're also as of sometime last week, I did add some more faux Lego onto my my throne list. So if you want to cause more chaos in my my Friday nights, you have options. That ended. Let me switch over to the other stream. Thou shalt not waste my potential lurking. I require points in all my friends' streams. And I'll give mad revenue. Because an ad just popped up. Meow. And I will definitely do my best to keep up old video game entertainment for all of you to enjoy, playing old games on my stream. I enjoy doing that. It's fun for me, and I think it's fun for all of you, so I'm going to keep doing what I do. I'm definitely going to be playing Prison Architect for a while because I'm going to actually start fresh Prison come Tuesday, like a from scratch one. And we're going to roll with that and see where it goes. So look forward to that. I have a handful of other games I would love to bust out, including I have the that older PC sitting on the floor in this room that it is running XP, and I think I should be able to run MechWarrior 3 and Mech Commander 2 on. If so, I definitely intend to play those two games on stream because I loved them, and I feel like that will be a good experience for me, and I wouldn't mind sharing that with all of you. They were both probably two of my favorite BattleTech games ever. Mech Commander 2 filled in all of the gaps I felt Mech Commander 1 didn't do as well. One, it is three-dimensional terrain as opposed to like snapped flat terrain effectively with barriers to add level and whatnot. But it also had like returning fog of war whenever you weren't near an area and where you didn't have sensor data for. Things would disappear or turn back into a sensor blip when you couldn't see them. I liked that. That was really awesome. And I can't get that to run on my modern computer. Or my laptop, which is somewhat less modern. But if I can get that to run on that old POS, yeah. Oh, heck yeah. We're going to bust that in with the capture card and have a good old time for everybody. And assuming that device does work and streaming from that is, passable, I might look through my like CD book and see what else stupid old stuff I can bust in there and play. Heck, I would definitely play like MechWarrior 2 on stream. Is it good by today's standards? Oh, hell no. Was it a hoot? Yes. Can I see myself playing it again? Abso-fluffin'-lutely. But I've been a BattleTech fan since high school. And for me, high school was a lot longer ago than most of you. So, yeah. Oh, did you look into imprisoning us in Prison Architect? I'm going to see about that when I actually start playing an actual game of it as opposed to playing through the scenario stuff. Did it on Thursday. I'll see if I can name the prisoners. If so, yes, I will name prisoners for you. So you have that to look forward to. Oh, meow. Yeah, caffeine's kicking in, but I apologize about the yawning. But yeah, I will see if I can name prisoners after people, at which point, yes, you will all happily be my little prisonoids, if you so choose to. Once you're doing it on your own, not with the stupid scenario things forcing you through step by step of what they want done, it's very much a build and chill game, like Roller Coaster Tycoon. As long as you get to a point where you're allowed to do what you want, those kind of games can be so much just you do what you do, you make your thing earn money, and you get to build your little fantasy. Personally, I prefer to make all of my cells be the luxury cell. I like making little separate block sections where this set of prisoners is located around this particular dining hall, and they all then have access to the workshops and or yards and whatnot, so they are free to have fun where they have fun. I saw Babkin running around. There you are, little sweetie. How are you doing, little baby girl?
Doing good. I'm doing good. Just let me get it into Gogo Loco. For a little bit.
Hi, little baby girl. Oh, I see you have your keys.
Right.
Are you ready to play with? You got your car starters there. Who's a good little baby girl? Who's a good little baby Babkin? Yes, you are. You're a good baby Babkin.
Yes, I am.
Yay! Sit stand. What you looking at? Oh, it's Good Bean. Yes, it's a sweet little itty bitty Lana Hopkin. She's being a little baby girl, like normal. Angelic trainee. Fussy baby. But you know what time it is, don't you? Yeah, you know that was going to happen right away. Lana, sweetie, you're a good little baby chibi girl. Ittle bitty little trainee cherub wishing she could go to angelic preschool one day, turn into a big good girl shoulder surfer, where she gets to sit on someone's shoulder, tell them to be a good girl themselves. She's anxious for one day to make it through that. For now, she's just a little baby girl, just a little baby trainee angel. Doesn't even have her own real wings and halo yet. Those are little Party City puff wings. They're little polyfill things. And a cute little halo. It's actually L wire held up on a little frame on top of her head. And it's so cute. She's such a good little baby girl. And her mama sprung for the good halo because it is L wire, which is very fancy. So she can have pretty color halos. Isn't that right? Of course, we know she's a little baby girl because she's in there chewing on her little plastic keychains, her little play keys. We'll go ahead and get her into her little Fisher-Price go-go car later. She can start it with one of those. Because Lana's a good girl. Lana's a good baby girl.
I am.
Yes, you are. You're a good girl. I mean, you saw that coming a mile away. You knew that was going to happen as soon as you were on screen. Meow. Something I wouldn't mind trying to... Don't disappear, left hand. I need you. You're where my stream is. Since I did figure out a good way to have that table on camera, I could do tabletop gaming, IRL, on stream. I think that'd be possible. Would anyone be interested in watching me do a self-on-self skirmish with Battletech?
I would.
Yay! I would happily make that happen. I could also, if Fopsy wanted to and was available, have her play with me. Or if anyone else local wanted to come over and be the other half of my table on stream, I could have them do the thing. Maybe tabletop with Fopsy if she's available. It's hard to during my stream nights have her available for the whole time. She's usually pretty tired. So she's not generally going to be 100% available for that stuff. But I'll see if she's wants to / is willing to roll some dice with me. I can also maybe do like the Star Wars miniatures, my X-Wing mans. Maybe do some skirmishes with those on stream. I think that'd be interesting now that I have this as a setup option. That, yeah, it's silly. Yes, it's weird to play against yourself. But to be honest, both of those systems, as long as you're not cheating for A or B, it is actually not that difficult to make a skirmish not be just I'm coming in to massacre Team A with Team B kind of situation. You're going in saying, well, who's going to win? This group or this group? The only hard part is I would obviously know what my potential strategy is with Team A or Team B. So obviously double blind is not really worth anything. I couldn't hold on, I'm going to go on this side of the table, write down where my guys are because you don't see them yet. Okay, I'm going to go on this side of the table, write down where these guys are because they don't see them yet. No, I'd be just like, all right, they're on the board. Just I know where they're at because I'm me. Fun fact, that's in part of the advanced rules of BattleTech is double blind games. Oh my god, I can't get a second person to play that with me in person, let alone a third person and us just sit there and chart out whether or not we see each other. Grumble. Today I learned crowd control is tricky to have interactions. Yeah. That's why I don't have any of that stuff turned on.
I tried to, on Mother's Day to do Yoshi's Island with that.
Oh.
Not one single person left.
Nobody interacted?
Well, only a few people did, but that's a small percentage.
Understandable. Honestly, unless you have... Okay, I'm not... You are tiny, physically. Unless you're like a really big stream where you're getting on average 60 or more people at any given moment, it is so hard to have a stream with interactive play like that where you're actually going to have active interaction from your crowd. I have enough problem getting people to talk in my chat. I'm not mad at any of you in chat, by the way. You're welcome to lurk. But I don't necessarily even have a large people amount of talking in chat when I'm averaging. Tonight I've hit 18 a few times. I've seen the number go that high. So getting them to also play with my game, yeah, that's gonna be. And
I was hoping for chaos.
It takes a lot more to hit chaos. In fact, I've seen a lot of other smaller streamers, like really small, like onesie twosie viewers, trying to do things like playing marbles on stream and getting grumpy that no one joined them. And it's like, you have one person watching you, and they might be lurking. This is not the time to play marbles on stream. This is the time to play anything where you're just playing your game, not where you're expecting your public to do stuff. It is tricky to get a lot of that stuff to be of any value.
Exactly.
You basically have to establish yourself as big enough before that happens. And I don't say that saying you're smaller. I'm still there too.
Don't worry. worry. We're all in the same pond.
We are. We all live in a tiny puddle where there's like 6 or 7 people that live in we get 300 plus viewers. And we all just go, well, shoot. That's where everybody is on those 6 streams. Not here watching us.
Exactly. Exactly. I feel that.
I will say it's been interesting interacting with Nyland on Wednesdays. I like getting to talk with his community on the shared chat. It's fun to interact with the bigger group. They've been really good to me as far as talkie backies.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, I feel like me and Nylet, we click really well on humor and on flow. So our ability to babble back and forth, it is really nice to have that kind of an interaction, to have a player that you just sync real good with.
Exactly.
Not everybody can do that. Trust me when I say that. I've had so many people that want to play games with him, and it's just like, I don't think you hit my play style. I think that would turn into a frustrated caddy night and a boring ass stream.
I can feel that. I can feel that happening from a mile away with certain people.
Yeah, and it's not that anyone's bad. It's just if you're not the same thing, it's not gonna flow right. Nepal says, as a mod, the shared chat thing is definitely interesting. You and Nylet are far more chatty than you and me. Well,
funny thing I've learned, if one mod is in one stream and it's shared, they have basically a mod for the whole chat on both ends.
It's convenient. I've offered Caddy LOL. I put up with your playstyle. Oh, thank you, sweet silly Lily. We probably can arrange something we can play together. I'm sure that's possible. We can give it a whirl. I know I'm bad at also organized time, and that adds a lot of tension to me, which is something you can't really comprehend not being me in those situations. Like for the longest time, my only time that was set was Monday nights was 7 p.m. Everything else was whenever I would get around to coming on stream. And arranging 8 p.m. on Sundays with Nepal, who is totally not strict with me, I always am still anxiety about having to be available at 8 p.m. and ready to go. And like part of that is Nylet having his own Twitch channel, and I'm just trying to not be awkward on stream. This is fair. My computer not being here puts a hold on that, sadly. It's okay, silly Lily. We can work on that later. Back when you're back up and toasting with a fully functional computer. Good girl. Good girl. But now I have 3 nights out of the 6 of the week that I'm on time frames, because I have 8 on Sundays with Nepal, 7 on Mondays, and 8 on Wednesdays. Caddy, it's your stream. You set the time. I'm always worried about delaying your stream, so no pressure on you. It still is one of those things that whether or not someone says no pressure, I still feel obligated, like I am potentially wasting someone else's time if I'm not ready when they are. When I've arranged that it's going to be the time we're going to play our game together. We're going to do this together. And even if it's not even on stream, I feel bad if I were to say, Nepal, let's play Borderlands at 8 p.m. on Sunday, just the two of us, and not stream, and I'd be like, okay, I'm at home. I'm at my desk. It's 7:30. I'm going to sit here and not move. Maybe go pee at about 7:45, so I'm ready the minute that Nepal's ready, so I can play game and I'm not delaying her. I'm not holding her life up. Because there's been enough times where I've tried to do things with other people, and other people that did not respect my time caused that issue for me. Like, all right, we're meeting at, plush hugs. I'd be like, all right, we're meeting at 8 or whatever. Okay, we're meeting at 8. Cool. And 7:55, I'm already at my desk, either my keyboard or my headset or whatever, already logged in, ready to go. I'm sitting there, ready to go. And then 8:30, no. 9 o'clock, no. Yes, little one?
I'm gonna go see Connie.
Okay, you have fun. You go snuggle with little little Babkin. Let her know she's a pretty little baby squeak.
Yeah.
But you're still smaller. It was good seeing you too, little precious. Be a good girl. Oh man, people not showing up for playing computer game time. We're gonna do this 6-man raid. Yeah, that kind of thing. There are reasons why I have never gotten through almost none of the raid boss in any of the Borderlands games. I soloed one of them in the pirate ship expansion of Borderlands 2. Other than that, I've never beaten any of the raid bosses, period. Because I can never wrangle a person enough to get all the way through a Borderlands game so that you're leveled up to do a raid boss, and then have them available to do a raid boss. 4 out of 6 are on. One is put his computer fire out, and one forgot he agreed and went out drinking. Yeah, that's rough. I worry about the same thing, which is why I stress about being on time on Sunday. Waves. I feel that. So hard. Now, I give fair props to the 4 people that show up on time out of your 6. They did the right thing. The one person who's putting his computer fire out, that's not necessarily his direct fault. You never know when, the blue smoke tries to escape your computer when you had arranged to be at something. The one that goes out drinking and just forgot they were coming, depending on how far ahead you'd arranged this day you were going to be gaming, yeah, it can turn into a bit of a butts move. Someone asked me to come to a VR chat event over a month before it's happening, and I forget it because it's been a month and they don't say anything after that. I don't feel bad about that too much because, dude, there was no announcement. There was nothing that was showing me I had to remember this. It was just a meet and greet kind of thing. I'm not going to feel bad about that. But if it's less than a week, you arrange with someone and you're like, all right, Tuesday night, we're going to be grilling and chilling and going and doing Cromoracks together. Everybody be here at, 8 o'clock and we're going to do that thing. Stream or not, just the 6 of us, we're going in there and Cromering. You plan that in less than a week, you show up, perfect. Oh, it's because he kept trying to play the game beyond the computer specs, but didn't tell you. Oh. Yeah. I'll admit, when I'm playing games, I often, especially on stream, I often turn them down below max. Not because my computer can't handle it, but because I want to make sure it runs as smooth as possible when I'm streaming. Like 3 days before, The only group I played with, I was clear the last wheel, and that's painted my opinion of myself still. Aww. Also, what boss in Borderlands 2? It was one of the... I can't remember the name of him, but he was a raid boss in the pirate ship area in that DLC. I can't remember what his name was, but it didn't even ever give me any Seraph crystals, which is the special currency you're supposed to get from winning that. Which kind of annoys me. That's the biggest reason I did it. And I didn't even get the prize for the couple of times I successfully killed him. Also, I would love to join you in Borderlands raid. Awesome. That's effective. It wasn't an actual fire escape. It was just not above minimum specs. And yeah, Pyrocaustic Pete, I'd guess. Now, it was the worms guy, the worm eater, feed the worms to what's his face kind of guy. I don't remember what his name was. That one I beat. I tried to beat Pyro Pete, but I did not succeed at that one either. I did, however, randomly keep doing the bar fight over and over and over again to get the achievement for tokens acquired and tokens spent in the Torque Zone. That was fun. Badass Greater Badassitude. I love that DLC. That was so good. But I'm hoping that Nepal and I will actually be able to take out Cromorax here in Borderlands 1 once we get through at least a few of the main story, and obviously at least through General Knox's. Personal preference, I tend to play Zombie, Knox, the other one, which don't say the name of it because I don't want to spoil it for Nepal. And then we just have the Underdome as kind of a place where I get to go buy bank space. But I also might be able to do Underdome with Nepal, which would be kind of nice to finally get through some of that. Oh, I think we should be able to. Here's hoping. Another bonus with large bosses, you recall, as long as there's 2 players, the game doesn't just reset the health normally. His shield might go back up if we take too long to run back to wherever it is from the spawn point. But if you still had one person out there shooting the bad guy, his shield might even stay down, like last night with Sledge. So, yay. But I think it goes to max level anyway. I think it might lock you out on that. I don't... if you don't go to playthrough 2 for it. I don't know for you. I do know that don't know for sure. I do know that it had a lower level when you play it in playthrough 1, but it was still way above what one person could do. And I think it was leveled up above me. I forget exactly how it was, but hopefully by that point, we will at least be able to get through it. Yep, almost needed to cycle it. Have one person shooting him and the other person waiting for the first person. Has to respawn, and the second person runs in, and the first person waits till the second goes to respawn. I kind of feel that. But hopefully we're going to have less of a problem with that as we go on. We are quickly getting stronger and stronger. The fact that we now have health regen and ammo regen, we are actually going to be doing a lot better. Your abilities ramp up in Borderlands dramatically after about the Arid Badlands era. Once we're getting to the next section, which is called the Doll Headlands, I'm not spoiling anything. That was the name of the mission we have to go to next. Things really start to get about balanced normally, and you quickly start to go from balanced to you're overclassing the enemy. So we are quickly going to be doing better in that section. And then when we hit the top, we're going to crush it. I think it was 61 when I played, but I'm not sure if I saw that on P1 or P2. Oh my god, that health regen is so helpful. It is. And ammo regen, absolutely. It's either 61 or 62 is the level cap for Borderlands 1. I know because I have quite a few characters that have gotten that high. And it gets even better later. Yeah. Also, the more you use any particular weapon in Borderlands 1, the more bonus you get to it. Alright, so Nepal, here's a little fun thing to look at next time we're playing, or if you want to just hop onto it later and look on your own. Go into your tab menu and look at the first tab, the person thing on the top left. That one shows your skill at any weapon type. And it has a number next to it and a growing bar. The more enemies you kill, aka the more experience you get, while that particular weapon is the active weapon, the more you level that weapon. I think they get up to level 50. And if you hold your mouse over any given bar, whichever weapon you want to look at, machine guns, sniper rifles, etc., on the right-hand side, it tells you what bonuses you've earned from being that much use of that particular weapon. So you can see how much you've improved on any of those things, like the sniper gets more stability and faster fire rate or something. A lot of the weapon types have faster reload. Oh my god, when I was getting to the end of ramping up my original Mordecai's handgun to level 50, just watching my reloads on my revolvers, it was practically just instantaneous. And he was back up and running with a fresh set of bullets. The reloads were faster than my fires were. I was like, whoa. But the more you play with any given weapon type, the quicker that weapon will level up. And then you get more bonuses on that weapon, and then you can keep getting better on it. And you become more and more effective as a player. I'll look next time we're in play. Good plan. So not only are we slowly gaining all of those bonuses from our skill trees, which, yes, I definitely am seeing improvements because of quicker Scorpion turret deployments. The fact the ammo regen on is so cranked at this point, that's maxed, and a little bit of health. All awesome. The fact that it now fires like 6 bullets in a burst fire, even better. All that is so good. If we go through both playthroughs and max level our characters, you get to the point where you are about 3 short of having the top item on all 3 trees available if you just get 5 at each stair level. So, as long as there's not an endpoint that you care the most about, now I'm going to put it right out there for Mordecai, the far right column, I feel like that one's top one is the least valuable to you. Just putting that right out there. That's my opinion. I would definitely recommend column 1 for damn sure, obviously, the one where all your sniper stuff is. Column 2 is all your Bloodwing power-up list. Column 3 is handgun stuff. So you have options of racking up his handgun abilities. But column 2, faster regen of Bloodwing, always nice. More targets out of Bloodwing, very nice. And little bonuses like Bloodwing will regenerate health for you when he does attacks. Or he'll come back and drop ammo for you after he does an attack. All of that actually is really stupid useful. Yeah, I'm going to finish left column first, and yeah, that makes sense. Focus on the Bloodwing. If you really liked handguns, though, much of the third tree is fun. There's a lot of fun things like faster hands and stuff that makes handguns cooler. And of course, worst case scenario, you're not limited to putting just 5 points in any given stair point on any tree. Like if you really loved the sniper tree on the left entirely, you just like put all your points there, fill up every single slot to 5s. There's no stopping you there. Also, another good way to look at it, say in some column, we'll say your first column there, you really like both the first two things, your first two options. They were really cool. Like, say one gave you more sniper rifle ammo and one made your sniper more accurate. But the next one was like, that one gets me something stupid. And this one is, I move faster if I get a critical hit or something. And I don't care about either of those. You can put all 10 points in the first level, skip the second floor, and then it'll still unlock the third floor. So you have more options. And for that matter, if you finish the first column, finish the second column, we're still playing and you're still working up towards max level and whatnot. If you really like some of the cool things in column A or column B, get more of those things. I know, hee. Roland is so spread out with a lot of his better stuff. Like health regen on the turret is on the right column. Ammo regen and turret coming out faster on the center column. A lot of your stuff that makes the turret be better is on the far left column. Most of his stuff is based around his turret. For some obvious reasons, the middle column I find is the most critical because it makes the turret come out faster. It doesn't matter how good it is if you have to wait 2 minutes to get to use it every time. So I'm getting that get that cranked to full deploy before I do any more concentration on either left column or more towards the right. First time we were playing, I did go in the right column more, and I got up to the point where I could do healing bullets on you. But this time I didn't, and we're up to the point where you're doing healing already, so healing might not be as critical. So I'm going to concentrate on me being the ammo junkie while you concentrate on being on the heal boy. Mordecai, all Bloodwing. You know, it is not a bad way to go. Honestly, if you get good at that, you can make playing Bloodwing be your ammo-less attack constantly. Having him be able to hit like 6 targets per throw, having him just doing all sorts of extra damage and getting you prizes and whatnot and health, it can be a really heavy way to play. Last time I played Borderlands 3 as the Beastmaster, I concentrated a lot on my rack attack and making that faster and faster and more dangerous. And I was practically just like spam rack, spam. It'd be like send out 5 at a time. And I have 2 shots of them and I just like do one. It'd do a bunch of damage, kill a bunch of guys. Hit the button again, they'd do another 5, kill a bunch of guys. And by the time I was like ready, the first one's recharged again. Poof, do it again. And then and your pet doing attacks the whole time as well, while you're doing that. There's a reason why Flak was very much my favorite character Borderlands 3. Hit 5 guys, brings ammo, health, etc. was fun. Yeah, I mean, seriously, no question. A lot of the characters in Borderlands 1 had quite literally 3 different ways you could start off by playing them. If you want to play Mordecai as a sniper, right down the left side. Play him as a bird hunter, middle column. Play him as a handgun boy, right column. All three are valid. All three are cool ways to play with them. He had options. That game had so much going for it from the get-go. I feel Roland, though the most rounded of the characters, as it were, he's the most handicapped in the fact that I don't feel like any one of his trees is more a unique way to do. If you want to play medic, you just go down the far right tree, obviously. But I like to be a useful character, so medic as a fighting group, it becomes a little bit less possibly concentrating on that. That and your Mordecai can be doing the healing in your crew, so you don't need to do that constantly. Ammo regen, I definitely find is his most priority. And the other column, which is a lot more damage to the turret and whatnot, that's another good set. Sniper, revolvers, optional. Exactly. Revolvers are so much fun in this game, too. They are defyingly powerful handgun creatures. They're basically like small sniper rifles. I think I have 1 and 2 of Borderlands. Overpowered. Yeah. Borderlands has been a great series to me. It has done a lot for me gameplay-wise and emotionally. It hits me right. I love it. Have I had less fun in certain things? Borderlands 1.5. Still not my favorite. Borderlands 4. Definitely the least favorite at the moment. Atlas Chimera, my beloved. Defiler, I think, was the high-end revolver for Borderlands 1. Make Sick was the red tag. And of course, Cobalt Volcano, Pele Demand Sacrifice. That is not a spoiler to Paul. That is just the name of the god level fire snipers in Borderlands 1, Cobalt Volcano. You see Cobalt Volcano for sale at any point, you want that gun. If I saw one on the game in a store and you didn't have the money in your account right then, I'd buy it and give it to you when you had space. Noted. But there are definitely a few good red-worded handguns, revolvers as well. And there are a couple of tags on them that are red words that may mean they actually regenerate their own ammo. Assault rifles, stand your ground forever. They'll be an orange tagged weapon. And they are ammo regen. Handguns, unending firepower, I think is the name on those ones. Keeps regenerating ammo. So nice. But there are plenty of fun guns out there. Borderlands 1 had such an array of mod parts that were thrown into the mix. I know we have a higher chance of getting a lot more of the orange rifles and stuff once we hit Nox's Armory. So just a heads up on that. Look forward to that in our future. I will say we are going to cheat at least once at the end of Nox's Armory and raid the whole damn thing. Putting that out there. We are going to snuck in there and play it dirty. You have to kill yourself at the end to get the hell out of there. But worth it. Yeah, that's on our homework list. That's also not spoiling it. I finally got and showed how to do the scooch in that. And you basically can raid the entire armory without a timer. Again, these are not really spoilers. This isn't exactly like story plot mission critical. Woohoo for raiding the army, but boo for how to get out. Hey, trust me, by the time you're getting out with a full ass pile of blue or better weapons to sell, you're not going to care about any financial loss for having to let a life go. Just putting that out there. On the way into the armory itself, there's just this one archway. You stop and you kneel down. You get into crouch mode and you wiggle back and forth until you fall through the floor. And all of a sudden you are just literally in the armory itself. And you can go and open all of the chests. All of them. And when you're not running against the timer, oh God, just have fun. Pick up whatever you want and leave whatever you don't. Like, oh, look, that's all white weapons. Leaves. That one's got an orange rifle. Mine. Okay, I'm not feeling like this is a spoiler, but yeah. When you actually get into the final part, the prize at the end of that, you literally have 60 seconds to run through this giant maze of things with treasure chests to pick up as much as you can before the game times you out and kicks you out of there. But the cheat is there is literally a clipping place right before you hit the magic button to start the timer, which will drop you down into the armory. And then you can run around and pick up everything. That cheat was left? It is. And it even is in the enhanced version because that's where I actually tried it first. Just a simple loophole. And boom, you get in there. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Drop, drop, drop. Steal, steal, steal. Mine, mine, mine. Silly, fun thing. Oh my God, that's crazy. Okay, so I definitely want to lose a life at the end. Heck yeah. Even on playthrough 1, I don't think I walked through without a nearly empty inventory when I walked into that armory to walk out with an entirely full blue or better backpack. And that's with all the backpack upgrades that you can get throughout the game at that point. Just make sure your inventory space is maxed out and empty. Another reason to go and hit the Underdome, whether or not we actually play in the Underdome, that's where the storage vault is, so you can go there and drop off weapons that you may like, may want to play with later, and you can just drop them off there and then go do the raid on General Knox's stash. Another reason to do as much of the game before you get to that point as possible. That way you've done as many of the claptrap rescues as you can. If you hadn't already figured out by now, since we've done a couple of them, when you do that rescue claptrap mission where he needs a repair kit, it gives you more item slots. There are quite a few of those through the main story and one in at least each of the DLCs. So you can get quite a few empty slots. Long ago in the before time, yes, I did actually get the character editor for Borderlands 1. I got it because I was stuck. A mission would not complete for me, so I did that just to make it be completed. the map wouldn't load. Apparently it was corrupted files. I eventually fixed it and did the mission legit, but I got it for that. And the only other thing I ever cheated on ever, and that was on one character a long time ago, was I added my bag slots item list to a much bigger number than you're supposed to ever get. Because one of my favorite things is picking up all the weapons. And if I can't pick up all the weapons, I feel like I didn't get to enjoy the area as well. So, but I haven't cheated on that in ages, since back when the game was new. So that. One of the hardest things with Borderlands 1's DLCs is they each only have one fast travel point, and that's the entrance to them. Most of Borderlands 1's maps have at least one transport, and there are multiple maps in all of the DLCs. So you have to, when you go to one of those, you have to drive or walk to whatever next map section you need to get to. And that can be a bit of a slag sometimes, even with driving in the T-Bone Junction section. You get in the car and you're just like, here in my car, I'm driving longer than I want in my car. In car. But it's not too bad. It's pretty well spaced out. It just can be a little annoying. Borderlands 2 and onward, they fixed that, and basically all the DLC areas do get as many telepoints as they need. Heck, in 1, there are quite a few levels where you have more than one spot. Like Air Badlands has more than one start telepoint. We just unlocked the second one. And Babs, you sweet little pink timber woofy from up north of me. Hello, my sweet little Canadian lady. How are you today? Thank you so much for the raid. Nepal, do your thing. That's a very good beat right there. She deserves it. Unless I beat you to it. Where's even my keyboard button? I can see my keyboard button. Where'd it go? Yeah, you're going to have to do that because I can't hit the button. Oh, there it is. Yay, it came up. As good. Good to see you. Yay! Space. At TD. Click the name. Hope it doesn't do the evil thing. Yay, it actually worked this time. Hot gajiggers. It worked on the first try. It didn't give big fluffy hugs. Good work, Stream Elements. You worked today. And I see you're playing one of the Sonic the Hedgehog games. Sonic the Hedgehog. He's the fastest blue thing. Sonic, he goes from left to right. Sonic, he does a loop-de-loop. Sonic, he ran into one guy right there that lost all his rings. That sucks. Okay, I'm being silly. The original game, but was in Shadow, but oh, neat. Like you had a modded version that had Shadow in it. That is kind of awesome. Long ago, back in the day, I sided Team Sega when it came to that console generation, and I had a Type 1 Jenny that came with the not for resale copy of Sonic 1 and a copy of Sonic 2. Oh god, I miss that game. I mean I still have it. That was a fun one. I sucked at it as a kid. But I loved those first like 2 levels or 3 levels that I could get through on it. And yeah, Shadow has his own unique moves and attacks. That is actually pretty cool. I found out adult years that if you got the Sonic and Knuckles cart, you can plug Sonic 2 in and play as Knuckles. Like, what? And I played that with a friend's copy. I'm like, oh my God, that is so awesome. I would love to try that kind of thing with Shads and any of the other cool critters. I mean, I know you like Shadow the Hedgehog because that's definitely one of your favorite critters. I think he's cool. He's definitely a cool hog. Still have my Generation 2 Genesis and now Broken Sega. Aw. So is Tails. Heck yeah. I have one. I think I only have my original version 1 Genesis, and I have 2 working version 2s that I rescued. And I think I finally have all of the cables I can run my 32X that I got at a swap meet. I need to go get food. Night. You get that food in there, Babs. You be a good girl. Feed that little wolf mouth. Go take down some bunnies or something. Which would be very ironic for you. In all the fun ways. Have fun! Tails is lower than Fopsy, confirmed by Caddy. Agreed. Starting with you. Oh, do be still my heart. Take down this bunny. Love you, Miss Babs. You have a good night. You are amazing and appreciated. And for anyone that hasn't yet, go to that link up there. Follow her. Follow Babs. She's fun. Trust me, she's a hoot. You'll enjoy watching her streams. 100% recommended. Caddy recommended. I didn't play a lot on my Genesis, surprisingly, except my Sonic games, honestly. I got a few other games for it over time, but as a kid, I barely played anything but Sonics. I borrowed initially the Jurassic Park game on it, which I loved. I played a lot of that, but I borrowed that, so I had to give it back. I eventually have now purchased a copy used, and I have played it again. It's still just as much fun. That game rocks. Being a raptor and killing things. I had like a Fatal Labyrinth, which was an RPG dungeon crawler type game that I got used. It was fine. I played a good bit of that one, but not much. I had some kind of flying horse shoot 'em up game, like side scroller, a vertical scroller shooter game, Phelios or something like that. I never really played much of it. It just kind of was like, yeah, I have that. Played it for a minute. I'm done right now. That kind of annoys me. Hoot, I thought she was a wolf though. Yes. Don't worry, it makes sense. Don't worry, you're all bunnies. But yeah, Genesis was a great system, but I just didn't get enough for it at the time, and I wasn't as good of a gamer at the time, so I'm not a bunny. Could be. I'm a cute puppy girl. Today you're a puppy girl. Sometimes you're a kitty girl. You could be a puppy girl or a bunny girl or a squirrely girl or a wolfie or a foxy or whatever you want to be. You're a shape-shifting critter. Part of me regrets not joining the Super Nintendo crew at that generation, because I probably would have enjoyed my system a lot more and been a better gamer long term. But I still am happy I ended up the way I did, and I still got to play most of the games I wanted to off the Super Nintendo in the long run. So everybody wins in the end. And I ended up getting Super Nintendos later as an adult. As why I say, yeah, I've gotten to play basically everything I wanted. I own most everything I'd wanted on that system. Including a few things I never thought I'd want and I ended up with. So yay on that. The initial 16-bit generation was actually a really good gen on consoles. Genesis and Super Nintendo were really good options. The early 64-bit zone, like /32-bit area where you had like the N64 and the PlayStation 1 and stuff like that, it was really kind of squirrely in my book. Lurks. Omnom's background music. Almost background. Oh no. Hey Beta, I highly recommend being a squirrel. It is a bit spicy time on the metal leaf trees. Oh. But yeah, when you hit the first game systems where they started really throwing the 3D model stuff, going back to that is really chewy. Sprites and stuff, it's still easy to go back to Genesis and Super Nintendo, still be able to enjoy those games. Heck, a Final Fantasy on the Super Nintendo still looks good in my opinion. Mario World, still beautiful. Link to the Past, original Sonic games, those games look great still. I feel like they are still pristine. Playing some of the early 3D model games on the N64 and the PlayStation, it feels like you're playing Polygon Boys. It's so hard. Even the ones where they start to get more texture, I'm going to give some fair point to Final Fantasy VIII, which is one of the ones I just really can't get into. The chewiness of everything that's got such polygonorific with textures slapped on it, just it wasn't till near the end of that era that a lot of that stuff was looking better. Near the end of the N64, the end of PS1 era, where things started to get a little more cleaned up. Like Final Fantasy IX looks really good, even on the PS1 version. Not to mention the remasters that have been leaked out. A PlayStation 1 game that I love, Digimon World 3. Overworld is like 3D sprites, and combat is like 3D models, like polygon creatures, but they've done a lot more by that point to make them look better. So it's just barely able to go back to some of that stuff, but once you start hitting like PlayStation 2, GameCube, Dreamcast, around there, things really started to smooth out a lot. Original Xbox was right in that same time frame. Things look a lot less they're still chewy. They're still chewy, but they're a lot less chewy. And when you hit PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 and onward, most of your regular on games, I can barely tell the difference between that and a PlayStation 5 game at this point. Yes, I can tell the difference, but not by as much as I think I should. Sorry to step away. Gage got scared when he was on my lap and spazzed out and scratched my face. Ow! So I might not be in VR tonight. Oh no. Sorry, I couldn't do that. I took care of it. Don't worry. I got it hit. I'm sorry. Hope Gage is okay and hope your face is okay, sweetie. Kitties can go spastic. I did see a Miss Echo popping in. I hope she can figure out I'm in the bedroom. But Miss Echo, if you're listening to stream still, there's a door you can click on to come to where I am. I'd send someone to fetch you, but I'm all alone. I was all alone. I was all by myself. No one was watching. I was all by myself. If I can be in VR, I will try, but I was looking forward to it. Size. You could desktop mode. This is also true. But he caught my nose and farted. Aw, classic Nepal mode and desky mode would still be cute. 10 out of 10 would still enjoy your presence. But yeah, I have a lot of fun games I definitely want to play on stream. Some things I can definitely see it'd be a little bit harder for me to make a long-term commitment to. But seeing as how my regular game nights are now just Tuesday and Thursday, it'd be a lot less of a big thing to make one of those days be potentially like, oh, this week I'm gonna pop the Genesis on and I'm gonna play some Sonic for a bit and then maybe switch over to some Spinny Balls or Jurassic Park or whatever. Because if you hadn't guessed, by all means, yes, I would play my physical copies. You're here. Okay, I'm gonna pop out. I'll be right back, chat visibly. Miss Echo, come here, turn around. I'm behind you. There's a blue door over by me. This way. Boop. Just click on the blue door and you can get in. There you are. I'm a Miss Echo. And there's a nice big background for you to exist in. And once you're situated, I'm going to come over and give you a hug. It's more fun to hug you when you're not ankles. My beautiful, beautiful Miss Echo. Make sure you clean out the cuts really well. Cat scratches are no joke. Good work. Come on over, Miss Echo. I love you. Who's my beautiful Miss Echo? You are. I'm gonna come give you hugs. Good girl. How you doing tonight?
Okay.
Voice mod's off. Sorry, I couldn't tell for sure until you said a word. But you are beautiful. You are wonderful. You are special. You're amazing. You're a wonderful lady. And the ad break is just finished. So don't worry, half the internet did not hear your actual voice. You're probably okay. Kitty scratchers are definitely a thing. I've had more than a few of those over the years as both a cat owner as a kid and a feral cat adapter. Fun fact, do not break up a fight between two feral boys that are fighting over a girl they want to have a kitty date with. It is not worth it to you. You're going to get hurt. I had a really deep hole in the palm of one of my hands from a bite from one of them. It happened so fast I didn't hardly feel it, but I looked at it, I'm like, oh, there's a hole in my hand. It goes real deep. Uh-oh. I didn't hear her voice. Okay. But yeah, so if these heal a bit, then I'll be in VRC. If not, then yeah, it's understandable. I completely understand. Trust me, the number of times I got an owie at the wrong time when I was going to record fursuit videos, I felt like, oh no, I can't get into fursuit because my hand is leaking or my foot is leaking or my knee is leaking. I'm like, timing. Did I earn bonks for things? Was I a naughty girl?
That was easy.
Ouch, did you need stitches, Kenny? No, not for that. It was a single straight poker, so it healed nicely. I am a nerd. This is facts.
Just testing my voice mod.
Yes, you sound normal again. I hear my normal Miss Echo noises. Though I know you don't like to have the whole internet hear your regular voice. I'm going to let you know, I'm be honest. I still think your real voice is pretty. I'm letting you know right now, I do think it is pretty. You're a beautiful person. Ma'am, you're not allowed to be mad about that. I think you're pretty. I wouldn't fib about that. You're beautiful just like you are. But if you want to hear a voice mod and don't want anyone else to hear your real voice, I'm okay with that. I hate my voice. So don't feel bad. Oh yeah, I hate my voice. That's horrible. It's a screechy little nasally mess. I don't know how all of you deal with that. My friends tolerate my horrible voice. I have had stitches over the years a few times. Not from that. I had stitches in...
Did you see the person I sent you?
The what you sent me?
The person?
Oh, which person was it?
Pineapple Hoops?
Oh, yes, I went and watched them for a little bit. That was interesting. They were hooping pretty cool when I watched for a bit.
Yeah.
Hoop-a-doop. I hula hooped a little when I was a kid, but I never got good at it. She was really talented. That's some skills.
Yeah.
Silly Lily, your voice not weird. It's silly.
He has a record for hula hooping on a behind for 65 minutes.
Oh my glob. That's crazy.
Imagine one right around 65.
Gotta get your hips worked out there pretty good to get that wiggle in good. Okay, so here I got the secret. Get to be about 500 pounds, and you get what they classify as a standard size hula hoop. And you just squeeze it on yourself right at that place where the record needs to be held at, and just stand there for like 66 minutes and go, I win. What? I kept it up. Nobody said I had to actually have it loose enough to spin. Ain't no rule says a dog can't play the hula hoop game. For all things I hate about myself, my voice isn't one of them. This is fair. Ouch. But if y'all like to tolerate my voice, I'm okay with that. Please, keep it up. Enjoy it. I prefer that you do. I'm happy that you're all here. Makes me smile. Makes me happy that you're all visiting. Also, fun fact, Miss Echo, I can't get away from the time in this world from where I'm sitting, so I know what time it is constantly.
I can see that.
Ouch. Honestly, lucky. Nice. I just sound like a generic guy to me. You can be a generic guy. You're just this guy, you know. I sound like someone who didn't have use of their nasal cavities until they were out of high school. So there's that. Also, I'm allergic to damn near everything that you can breathe in, to some extent. And depending on... yeah. And depending on the concentration of whatever it is, they all end up being about the same level of problem. Everyone asks me, what's your...
You know how many bottles of Belgian medicine I've been through in the past 3 weeks?
Too many?
4.
Ouch. I just deal with it.
I switched over to liquid because it just hits faster.
I have loratadine up on my desk if I'm visiting with cats, but for all the regular environmental ones, I just do my best to avoid things and just deal. Silver, I'm a teacup bun bun. I'm a teacup bun bun. I'm here on your desk and my little teacup popping up and saying, hello, little Silver. I'm a teacup bun bun here to make your day better and make you smile. Even though you're even smaller than me, I'm a teacup bun bun. I like your voice, Nepal. I like Nepal's voice too. Baps the caddy. Don't bap the caddy. Snuggle the Miss Echo. I do? Oh, I'm probably not displaying right for you then. If you open up your menu and click on me and change my shield level from shield to eyeball, then the horn will go away. You're just seeing me in default version, not what I'm actually wearing.
I kind of like it.
Oh, you like the unicorn?
I don't know.
Oh, I can put it on. It's just part of this model's default mode. That makes sense. One of us. Then, to be honest, I guess another reason I don't talk too awful much on Sundays in game. Oh, I'm annoyed my voice isn't deeper. Well, more feminine. It's too deep. Sometimes hard to win. Feminine, not feminine. Deep, too deep, not deep. Middle deep. Yeah, most people don't like their own voice. I definitely am part of that crew.
I can become a chipmunk.
Miss Echo, your voice is beautiful. Your voice is very pretty in its normal state. You sound like a cute person. And I'm going to put nickels to pickles. I bet you're cute in real life, too. I've never seen a picture, but I bet you are. Just putting that right the heck out there. Yeah, Miss Echo's beautiful. Well, more feminine. It's too deep. I accept my voice at this point, but I don't like to hear it so much. I try to avoid re-listening to any recordings of myself if I can avoid it. It's just like, no, I don't want to hear my voice. Nope. Nope, it's there. Okay, mute. I'm done listening to me. But I don't mind listening to people like Nepal's voice, or Miss Echo's voice, or Silly Lily. What do you mean, where? You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
I mean, where?
Not wet. You even got higher. Can you take Miss Echo higher to an octave she's never been? Can you take her higher to a place with golden voice mod?
Everywhere messes up, though. I found another one.
Oh my glob. Can you say me I want a hula hoop?
That would be one letter.
Meow? I always think it's silly, but voice mod is interesting. I know quite a few people that I've known over the years that use voice mod primarily, that all of a sudden I heard their real voice. I'm like, you didn't need to use that to hide you. I liked you just as is. My friends are my friends. Voices are however they are. I like people as they is and as they want to be shown as themselves. And I will not judge any of you for how your voice actually is or whether or not you do use a voice mod. You're all still loved just the way you are or the way you want to be shown as. That clear, right, Miss Echo? That I love you however you want to be and however you are elsewise as well. Because you're wonderful. Also, your daughter's adorable still. How's little Terror been anyway? She been behaving? Alex is a fun creature. Oh, Saturday night after my family get-together, I ended up winding up at another Baby for VR Chat meetup, and I got added to that group. So that was interesting. I was happy to join that one now. Nyla's busy in a texture. Yep, he is. That's what Nyla's up to tonight. He's doing art. Hello, Wishstream. Welcome in. Nyla's definitely my friend. I look forward to seeing him again on Wednesday night.
Ready in chat?
Hmm?
Are you ready for this?
Yes. Thank you. That was beautiful. You've been chipmunked, everyone. Speaking of little terrors, is Gage okay, Nepal? I hope Gage is okay.
Please tell me somebody clipped that.
I hope so. If not, it will be in the VOD and will be on the YouTube VOD forever because those ones don't delete. For the record, though, that was around 3 hours and 20-ish minutes. 21, maybe. So if you need to go back later and grab it yourself, 3 hours and 20 to 21 minutes when you started singing. He seems fine. Pet, 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 pet. He's avoiding me currently because I yelled pretty loud when it happened. I can understand the yelling pretty loud when you get your face scratched up. That's owie. Kitties. They're balls of little fluff and knives. So, for anyone that hasn't figured out yet, kitties are made of knives and cuddles, and you never know which one's going to come out at any given time. But they're still loved. Love kitties. Nice on-screen photo. Thank you. That one is... I think that's Muzz is the artist for that one. I think. I can't remember for sure. It's saved in my archive with its correct name somewhere. But I love... It was a gift art. Someone paid to have that done for me. And It's one of my favorites of that outfit. I'm always Cuddles. I would never use my claws. I don't know. What if we made you really fussy by accident? What if we accidentally poked you the wrong way? Petted your belly when you were done being petted. You might nip at us. Oh. Except the scratching post.
Fuck you.
We just learned a new word, chat. Miss Echo said it, so it's an okay word. Yeah, we now know the word "fuck you" is a permitted word thanks to Miss Echo. I'll let Miss Echo. I'll let Alex know about that one. Don't worry. I'll share the words I've learned. I'm a docile kitty. I'm black cat energy. They can still be chaos.
What time did you say they Kenny?
Huh?
3 hours what?
3 hours?
The timestamp, you said 3 hours what?
Oh, 3 hours and 21 to 22 minutes, somewhere in there.
3:21, thank you.
I mean, if you get in there and you don't see it right away, scroll a little back or forward. I'm sure you'll find it.
Just for 3:19. 50.
Or, well, white cat energy. I just need to stay away from pool toy critters. And kittens especially are balls of knives that don't realize that they are balls of knives. They don't always know to retract their claws, and they'll just be walking on things and stabbing them as they go. Always fun whenever you see a cat walk on your lap that's still fresh, and they go, step, 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 dainty, 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 bleed, bleed, bleed. And you're like, ow, 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 I love you, kitty, but you make leaking. Oh, and don't worry, Miss Echo, my finger healed up pretty good from Thursday breakfast, or yeah, it was Thursday breakfast time when I cut my finger. I was no longer bleeding for sure on Saturday morning when I took the Band-Aid off. So I healed up nicely. The Bluey Band-Aid definitely helped me feel better. Neosporin probably did a little bit. I promised to be more careful with my bread knife. I was cutting a pre-split bagel and just doing those two little slashes where it's still attached. And I was distracted, and that's how I accidentally nicked my finger. I was a bad child. I should know better. Yeah, I don't like kitties being declawed. I don't like that. Just don't declaw them. That's worse for death. Yeah, cats. Cats need those as their defensive weapons. You don't expect them to get out, but they're eventually going to. If they don't have their blades, they're officially at risk. Clipped claws is one thing. They are restricted at that point. Removed claws, you just made them little vulnerable monsters. It actually hurts them. It does. And I'll try and get on VRC in a bit. Gonna reheat some leftovers. Enjoy your leftovers and heal up a little bit. Make sure you're not leaking before you come in. I don't want you to end up leaking all over your fun stuff. I know how that goes. And I will post pictures of the new bunny suit. Probably, my plan is to post him on my YouTube channel on Monday. I will get the I'll get the ribbon to pull up the zipper on when I'm out shopping on Thursday, record on Friday, and I'll make that my Monday YouTube video. So you can look forward to the new Easter Bunny head / body. along with an old pair of mittens and feet. But I feel like his updates are really well done enough, and the head just looks beautiful. So I look forward to wearing him on camera. Nah, that's why I'm waiting for the wounds to mostly coagulate. Yeah, I feel this. Most of the time when I put a Band-Aid on, it's not like I intend to. I only put them on when I'm like, is it dripping? Okay, I'm going to wear a Band-Aid then. Did it stop dripping? I'm done with the Band-Aid. Especially on the hands. I've seen a pic of that tail in the suit. Oh my god, I love that tail. Thank you. I wish I did a better job, but I'm still okay with it. It is still acceptable. Acceptable. It's very big and poof. Sporin. Yeah, Neosporin is definitely your friend. But yeah, I hate when you get a cut on any of your easily moistened parts of your body, hands and fingers especially. Because unless you're ultra careful when you're going potty, you're going to have to fully wash whatever hand it is that has the Band-Aid on. And now you turn that Band-Aid into a little wet sponge that's falling off your hand and is no longer useful. And then you sigh and you put on a new Band-Aid. I spent a day and a half avoiding washing my left pinky. I was very careful to wash my first 3 fingers and thumb while keeping my pinky out of the water and my entire right hand. That's annoying. Yeah, I don't know. We have any of that here. I washed out with hot water and soap. And now to let the cuts heal over. That is still good. I always keep Neosporin on hand as well as clotrimazole, which is the name of Lotrimin AF, aka Jock Itch cream. Not that I intend to ever have any of these problems, like having cuts or having itches. But dear God, the moment you have one of those, you thank yourself for having that tube already in your house. Oh, I'm itchy down there. Okay, now I need to put pants on and go to the store while itchy to buy anti-itch cream for that area. This is going to be the most uncomfortable CVS run ever. Go, go, go. Be right back. Gonna heat up the dinner. Good girl. Get that dinner heated. But yeah. Yeah.
Where is everybody today?
I don't know. Lana came on for a little bit, but she left. Silly Lily's computer's back in the repair shop again.
Oh no.
Fopsy had a reboot issue right when she came off of work, and then decided to eat dinner first, and I already hear Fopsy making Fopsy noises, so I know she clogged off.
I hope Popsy has a good sleep.
So far it sounds like she's doing okay with it. I can definitely understand, though, needing to reboot when you get off work and then it not rebooting correctly. That can spoil the evening. It did boot up, though.
That cheap triggering also spoils the evening.
Ugh, yes. That really can ruin things.
Every time I plug it in, easy anti-cheat has to come up as a problem. Ugh, I plugged in my computer. How is that a problem?
That sounds like a solution, not a problem.
Exactly.
And
It never fails when I plug it in. I had to plug it in before stream, or else easy anti-cheat will trigger.
And Crystal says, yeah, her computer kept reheating. It seemed like her water cooler either got ajarred or its pump was not working right after it got sent back. I'm guessing that the pump's header pin got a little loose in transit. And
The fans in the pump snapped off.
hopefully not. The fans were at least going, so we know that part wasn't broken, but yeah, if the pins on the pump's head snapped off inside the head, then you're in a lot of trouble. That means new motherboard, or hopefully, if that's still under warranty. If not, use a different fan header for that until the BIOS says such. Because the fans and the pump snapped off from what I heard. I've arrived from the employment site. Welcome home, Alla Bun Bun. Welcome home, pretty bunny. Who's a good bunny? All Stance is a good bunny. Yes, you are. You're a good boy. You're a good little boy, All Stance. So they have to slap in a new one. Yay! Cutting Red Fox. I don't think I will ever use a liquid-cooled PC. Was under warranty, so no money out of my pocket. That's good. Honestly, Cunning, I've been around building PCs since the pioneer days of liquid cooling, and for the longest time, I was saying the same thing. My best friend in college, the Dave, he built a dual Pentium 4 motherboarded computer. Yeah, so that old. And he water cooled it. At that time, there weren't like all-in-one solutions or anything. You had to do the piping yourself, tighten all your fittings yourself. Something leaked. He'd bought at the time was a dual processored motherboard and a high-end graphics card at the time. And it squirted on him. Poof. Awa, says Zeffy. Hello, sweet Zeffy. How is my favorite? Scroll up. Carfungulum the homunculus. Awa. Well, the AO itself is contained, so no need to swap out the water, but that messes up the swapping air cooler again. This is true. That is a nightmare. I can't believe you remembered that. I don't remember it. I left it somewhere I could read it. Could he salvage anything? The case. I think both processors were fried. The motherboard was fried. The GPU got fried. The RAM. Like, the whole thing got squirted to death. That I can believe. Now, with my current computer and Fopsies, we started with the stock air cooler that came with our... we started with the stock air cooler that came with our 14th gen i9s, which that thing is just a piece of shiz. Within a year, we were both overheating, so I switched us to both the big tower coolers with double fans on it. That worked for a little bit, then we were overheating again. And then I switched up to 360 millimeter radiator mount on the tops of our cases. We've stayed icy ever since that. In fact, the tops of our cases actually feel cool, even when we're running on a hot load, which is kind of scary. It's like, it's not only dispersing the heat, but it's like doing it so crazily well. I don't get it. AKA our DMs. Exactly. Zeffy knows how I save these things. I mean, that's how Zeffy's probably remembering it too. I could ask them how much it would be to swap the air cool to save me the heartache since I don't overclock. To be honest, in the long run, if you ever want to switch from the water cooled situation to an air cool, it's only a few screws. It is not an in-depth process. Basically, you hold your hand under, or you put your case on its side and unscrew the radiator, and then pop it physically out, and screw fans in back where it was. And for the block itself, generally it's just a couple of screws to unpop that, and then grease up and plop in your air cooler unit. Plug in the fans, good to go. I heard stories about some people who would fill up the whole case with water. I don't know how they kept water in, but they did it. I think that's how water cooled PC works. Oh my god, no. Fish tank builds not using water, using mineral oils, which are non-conductive. I didn't know that. This is actually true. That is, I was about to say that, but Zeffy beat me to the punch. Yeah, I think this guy used a garden hose or something. That's not how water cooling, that's how fires work. Yeah, I'm not going to recommend a mineral oil PC, but I mean, it works. And if you have the heat dispersal of a fish tank worth of mineral oil, you could probably get away with a fanless design. And that's not like me making that up. It's more of a, yeah, that would actually probably be enough dispersal. I'm going to allow that. Sometimes redneck engineering doesn't work. I think Automod said redneck was a bad word. I disagree. Zevi said a ditty's worth of mineral oil. I'll let myself. Yes, it would take a ditty worth of mineral oil to make that work. That's how fires work. Thank you, Miss Echo, for the clip. I appreciate that. I have not watched it yet, but just reading the name, I appreciate you clipped that specific thing. But yeah, if you had like a 10-gallon fish tank, aka then probably about 9.5 gallons worth of mineral involved in it, that probably is enough of a heat sink in of itself to heat sink an entire computer. I would probably still recommend a finned heatsink technically attached to your CPU. But that's just to increase the dispersal from the tiny point the CPU is. Like, get the big tower cooler and strap it on, but skip the fans and let the mineral oil just do its dirty work. A ditty is now a unit of measure. A ditty is a unit of measure, but only for mineral oil. Glabor's salt. Too soon, says too soon, Ziffer. Was that about the Diddy's mineral oil thing?
Yes, it was.
I'm okay with that. I don't think it was too soon. I think it was hilarious. Baby, I just ain't had enough oil yet. Baby, can you order me a whole other case of Johnson & Johnson original scent? I heard that sigh. I wholeheartedly admit I heard that sigh. Oh yeah, 100%. Every fish tank build that I've seen uses Noctuous, like air cooler on the CPU to keep it cool. No fans because, well, submerged in oil. Exactly. Like, the only thing I can think of you might, and this is like the extreme stretch of might want to do with a mineral oil type cooled PC, is some way that would force circulate the oil in there. My thought on that, I am not an engineer of these types, so please don't quote me on this or make your builds and blame me. Johnson & Johnson baby oil. If you get a fish tank that has a standard like charcoal filter base, where it's got the frame on the bottom that sucks down the water through it, and then it spurts out through little charcoal filters, just pop off the charcoal filters themselves and just have the sucker pump running and circulating the oil down and up, and it would probably do more than enough to circulate the oil around the PC's innards. Because it's not like it doesn't really take much when you're considering the thermal conductivity of fluid. Mineral oil and water both are very good at that, whereas air is really bad at it. But if you have enough, the water would disperse the heat fairly well. But if you had it circulating at all, that'd just be like all the icing on the cake, and you just have a permacooled, immobile computer, because dear God, you're not going to want to take that thing out. Dumps crude oil on PC. Not working. And the Department of Energy is breaking on my door. Probably. Johnson & Johnson's Sin baby oil. LOL. A lot of them have hidden radiator and pump setups to keep the oil circulating. That is actually fair. I am A-okay with that. You'd think, though, if you had an open top case effectively, that would still circulate enough. Nah, I gotta be dollar store brand. Dollar store baby oil. Nice. It's crude oil now. My house is on fire and my computer exploded. Probably would be, honestly. Another thing you could probably do, since there's constantly a surface there, is just get like a screen type top for the entire fish tank. Something you could probably screw into, like a bullet holes type thing, and just mount a bunch of fans on it, blowing down or up, or like have half and half, like blowing down on one side and blowing up on the other side, just to help circulate air around that giant puddle that it is. I mean, if it keeps car parts cool, yes, but it keeps them cool in a system where there is no sparks inside where the oil goes. If there's sparks on the oil, that's where a problem can occur. Error. Apparently, I need Johnson & Johnson's new computer oil. It's just spawning babies from the computer. Oh no. Oh no. My computer made a baby. I want my baby spawn, baby spawn, baby spawn computer. I want my baby spawn, baby spawn, baby spawn pewter. And eating now. Give me a few. Take your time, Miss Nepal. Enjoy your nom-noms. Cars also have a fairly large oil cooler and powerful pumps. I mean, engines are just large air pumps in general. This is actually true. For anyone besides me that has had a quote-unquote radiator fire in their lifetime, you realize how important that cooling system your car has is. But yeah, your oil does get filtered and cooled off constantly. And you have specifically a coolant system running around your entire innards of your engine to keep parts cool in the right places. Uses baby oil on computer. Now it's a mini computer size of a PS1. Oh. Just don't try to use the baby powder. They'll just clog everything up and make a new dust problem. Okay, fun story. I'm going to give you a car story here, everybody, because that got brought up. many an Anthrocon ago, when Foxy and I still lived in central Pennsylvania, we had driven from Carlisle to Aspinwall and stayed at our friends Swift and Sill's house the day before Anthrocon because we could get there early, we had the free time, and they let us stay in their spare room for that night. Perfectly cromulent. Very good. Like 20 minutes at traffic out of downtown Pittsburgh from that location. So we could, on the timer going into downtown, just buzz in. We already knew we had a bit of a leak in our coolant system, and I'd been keeping water in the car, filling her up as need be. Problem was, that morning we were going in from their place into Anthrocon. For any of you that know Pittsburgh well enough to know what 22 is, going into downtown Pittsburgh, the very last leg. That's where we had a radiator fire. We had the hose going into the radiator specifically is the one that just, it dunned. It popped. We're assuming that was after something else had broken further down low and leaked out of the water, and then when it was steam and pressure, that one just... So I'm in the middle of bumper-to-bumper traffic, and all of a sudden there is steam, not smoke, steam, coming out of all the vents on the front of the car, fogging the hell out of my window. There's nothing you could do about that, but figure out a way to pull over. Fortunately, everyone around me saw the fact that it looked like smoke was coming out of my car and let me over to pull over to the emergency pull-off, which I thankfully was very close to. We electrical taped it because we had some of that in our emergency toolkit. We electrical taped the hell out of that pipe. I had a gallon of water plus in the car. I just poured that all right in the radiator and was like, cross my fingers, hope to fry. Make me get into downtown before I die. And I made it the last 5-minute leg into Pittsburgh, got it parked, and got the car AAA'd over to a repair shop that thankfully was able to repair it during the con and got it back to me before the con was over. I think it was Swifty that even was the one that brought me over to go pick up the car. Thankfully, that Foxy was very helpful. So that's my radiator fire story. Instructions unclear. Strat PC to hood up running car to cool it. Why would you use powdered babies? That's kind of fluffed up, Caddy. It is. Oh no. I need to find 2 GPUs with SLI support that are the exact same from 2011 to finish my dream PC from when I was in high school. Aww. I SLI'd twice. I loved having SLI GPUs. Till I had better GPUs, and I was like, oh, when I have a good GPU, it's way better than SLI situation. and the computers actually use them better. LOL. How do I get 4 680s? And you clipped my... I'm a poet? I'm going to have to listen to that one later to figure out what I said. I'm going to build my dream XP rig. Woohoo! XP was such an era. I've got everything except the case and the dual 3G GTX 580s. Nice. I found an interesting Lego on TikTok. It's a remote control claw. Oh yeah, some of those Technique sets that were actually even as early as some of the early multi-motor and air pump things were so cool. You could have robot powered claws and things. The more moderner ones got so expensive though. I could not afford those. But they are really cool things. The claw. Yeah, Jack, I probably need to hydrate. I've been babbling for almost 4 hours. I don't think I've had a sippy at all. Clear that out first. To be fair, I did drink the Kool-Aid, but I did not have the water. Now I've had water. Also, I felt something fall over. It's one of the remote controls for the TV, I can tell, is now down on the floor somewhere. That's future me's problem. That reminds me of an old Armatron toy I had when I was a kid at my grandma's. Can't drown the caddy. Now, one, I'll stop before I drink too much water. Woo! They come to drown the caddy. Oh, you know he ain't gonna swallow that much water. I was gonna do the redeem. Nah, I'm good. It was a claw that you could pick stuff up with. I think Radio Shack made it. Oh, I miss when Radio Shack had those interesting Lego sets too. But that was in the long before times. Radio Shack used to be so cool. I would actually go there for random electronic components. Radio Shack.
About Radio Shack?
Yeah.
If you want to look in your application, no one can prove you want a regional menu for a Radio Shack.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just saying.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Radio Shack come by. I need you for stuff. I know. When it came to weird electronic adapters and things and audio cable adapters, if I know exactly what I want, I still have a good chance, even buying it off of Amazon or whatever, that I'm not going to get the right thing. And oftentimes...
Another fun thing to put on your application?
What?
You were Times 2006 Person of the Year.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Look it up. You were.
I'm sure I was. Don't know what a Radio Shack is, but we have J-Car for electronic project stuff. Radio Shack is what it sounds like. It was a shack, the building that sold parts for old electronic stuff. They started back in the days when you repaired everything in your house. Your TV, your radio, your dishwasher, all that.
Yep. Back when you weren't a disposable economy.
But I would go to Radio Shack when I would need an audio adapter when I was trying to split some signals off or whatever. And I just look at their drawers of parts and go, oh, wait, I thought this would be the right adapter I need. And I begin to look over there. I was like, this other one actually looks more useful for what I need to do. And I'd buy that one. And there's so many times I would just end up at Radio Shack to buy one adapter and I end up buying 6 more that I wasn't thinking about. And that's not a complaint. That's not a like, oh, you were with a grocery list and you got more than under the list. I'm more like, no, they actually solved problems I didn't realize I had till I got there. And I fixed things. And usually those adapters were stupid cheap, aka why their business model wasn't that great. They had to have thousands of dollars worth of stock, free to be buying these little dollar parts, probably 1 or 2 at a time. And, yeah, that was not...
Color now. I can smell colors now.
What did you do?
I used one of those Vicks vapor rub things.
Yeah, that would cover that.
I wanted to take a shower. Hopefully clear out my sinuses.
Oh, jeez.
A little bit more.
Well, enjoy. Feel clean and feel better.
Thank you.
Everyone be good while Miss Echo's off showering. What you need, a specific capacitor for radio, we got it. It's there.
I'll be watching.
Oh.
Always watching, Mike Wazowski. Always watching.
Oh, we did have Radio Shack here. They just were operating under a different name. Yes, because Tandy was their computer brand. But they were more of just an appliance store than a parts projects kind of store. So you missed that part of their fun. You just had their like the high end retail stuff, not the weird shit stuff. They in like my high school age, they started just in the cell phone market. That's before you walk down to every plaza and you see a Verizon store and a T-Mobile store and a Sprint store and a Virgin Mobile store trying to sell you the phones directly. You'd have to go to a place that sold cell phones. And Radio Shack got to be one of those places. So you could go there and buy a cell phone and do that. And they also sell, well, Tandy computers for one, and other electronic things like remote control cars and whatnot, but their business plan was not very successful. Especially since the majority of the people that would go in there was just coming in, like I was, to buy one capacitor or one little wire adapter and then go home. Radio Shack got $2, $1 of which was profit, and they had to pay an employee that time. I think one is still alive somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I think they actually killed the last one, actually. JCar is still the parts project store. Last Tandy closed in 2012 here. Wait, they're alive still, just solely online, but their brick and mortar shops are... There's brick and... Well, they're not who they originally were, for one thing. Actual Radio Shack did go completely under. Anything that now is using Radio Shack name is someone from what bought out what was the corpse of Radio Shack, so you're not going to have anywhere near the experience that Radio Shack was. It's kind of like Toys R Us is still alive. It's like on life support and name, and Atari's still alive under its like 7th owner at this point. So yeah, alive is a yeah, that's relative. But I used to love going to Radio Shack. LO, I just need a Blockbuster comeback from the dead. At this point, rental stuff was getting too expensive anyway. Last time I remember renting a movie, it was like $6 or $7 to rent it, but it's like $20 to buy it. I'm just going to buy it at that point. Because there's a good chance I'm going to rent that movie then more than twice. And if I rent it 3 times, I could have bought it. Mood. Very mood. We do still have some of the video rental remnants out there. I think Redbox is still alive, and the other competitors in that particular Dropbox market. Because there are still parents who do like to do their video watching that way. I mean, renting was nice. I went to a retro game rental store so I can rent an OG Xbox games and rip them to my modded console. Nice. If you rented a movie and it was ass, you wasted $7, not $20. This is true. But one of the biggest reasons I wait for movies to come out on disc at this point, I buy a movie for $20, so I bought a movie for $20 instead of seeing a movie once for $20 for the two of us, and that's being generous. Matinee time at the cheapest theater in town easily blew $20 for the two of us to watch a movie once to find out it sucked. I'd rather pay the $20 in 3 months and find out it sucks and own it, and I can try again 3 months later and see if I liked it. Redbox also died? Oh, well, that sucks. I didn't know that. I mean, I never used it, but I feel bad that's gone. And of course, we got lovely quote, "Be kind and rewind." Wait, really? Dang. I did not know Redbox had died. I never needed those services Because by the time it became a thing, I never had a need for it anymore. If I want cinema experience, watching a movie, I go VR and can make popcorn. Exactly. Watch it in VR. Go to the big room in some palace of popcorn and watch it there. In a palace even. But in all honesty, if I want a better movie experience, I buy the movie on Blu-ray or, God forbid, actually buy the 4K Blu-ray. Go to my living room, put it in the player, pop it up on the 65-inch screen with the surround sound, and enjoy the movie in my comfortable couch where I can stretch out and have all the snacks I want and drinks and pause button to go to the potty when I need to. I just don't see the thrill of going to the theater. I don't even need their system kick. I have my own personal server. I can stream directly on the video players. That is awesome. Zeffy, that is powerhouse. You are now officially video god. I'm still waiting for the Frisbee for the Iron Lung. Well, when did that come out? Because it usually takes most movies are at least 3 months, sometimes 6 months to a year, depending on how they roll. One thing I usually hate about holiday movies. All right, so say there's a Markiplier's trying to do it himself. I'm sure he'll get it through. It'll just take time. Sometimes, like when there's a cool holiday-related movie, like I'm not even going to say it's a great one, but the Easter movie, I think it was called Hop, the 3D animated Easter Bunny movie. I wanted to watch it, but I wasn't going to see that in theaters. It came out, and it didn't come out on disc until like next Easter. So I had to wait a whole year for that one, but I was like, yeah, it's fine. I'm not that concerned. It was Hop. It wasn't like I was waiting for the next Star Wars and, waiting for everyone to not spoiler it for 12 months. Grumble. I need to get myself out of bed and install more storage in my server, though, this fair. Their parent company filed for Chapter 11 in July of 20... Wow. So it's not even been that long, only about 2 years. That was my plan for today. Maybe that's your plan for tomorrow, Zeffy. You don't want people to try and copyright stuff, and you don't want Hollywood grubby fingers in it. This is fair. Just got to find somebody that'll do the press and print for you and pop in boxes. And then mail it to all the Walmarts, because that's about the only place physical that sells DVDs and Blu-rays anymore. It's 1 p.m. I do need to get up some point. Also fair. Since he gave Hollywood the big middle finger. 11:08 here. Yeah, about that here. Yeah, the same time zone as Miss Echo. Zeffy's having fun down there in Down Underland. And no, I'm not going to try and do a bad accent. I promise. I'm not going to do that to you. I can't blame him, though. Yeah, I mean, enjoy his product and keep it pristine. I said this elsewhere, so I'll say it here too. Can't say I'm having fun on the tail end of having the flu. I hope you're feeling better at least. Flus suck. I always hate the fact that you end up still feeling bad for weeks, if not months afterwards, with a tail cough or a runny nose from it until it finally all winks out. By nuking the box office with his movie at the point he had fluff out their numbers to do out Hollywood do. I don't like Markiplier, but I appreciate what his success will mean for other filmmakers. Fair, huh? Dang. Well, Hollywood had to fluff their number because how much Markiplier did on that movie. Well, no movies in Hollywood ever do things to make their numbers be bigger. I would definitely not know of any documentary movies that made highest documentary numbers where they literally forced all of the military personnel to go watch it. And everyone else they basically paid to go see this particular documentary. It was a movie about her life. That one, I am sure, is really the movie that everyone actually wanted to go see. Yeah, Screwing with Numbers is, yeah, you can do that. It's not that hard for a rich person to deal with. The point they took his movie off the #1 spot and people noticed and forced them to put it back on, but in third place. Well, I am sure it was actually loved by people, so I hope that he did well. Just putting that out there. I know James Rolfe tried to do his dream movie, a decade or so ago, and I feel like it did not do what he hoped, and that it was a lot more to get it done that he was expecting it to take. So I feel bad that his movie didn't do what he wanted. I never even saw it. And in fact, I think it only made like minimal screenings and online purchases through like his web store only. So that's kind of butts. Passion project from someone as famous as the angry video game nerd just gets lost in the mix. And from what I heard, Jacksepticeye might do Bloodborne or Soma. I don't remember. I hope if he does, he has fun with it. I'm going to do the Minesweeper movie. Okay. We're ready. Click on the empty area. Okay. I made a big flat zone. Good work, team. We're doing it. We're going to make this happen. All right, there's a #2 there. We know we have 2 mines. And there's some 1s. Careful. Make sure you right click. All right, you place the flag. Good. I'm not sure about that one. Right click a second time to make it a question mark. There we go. We got a holder. And we don't accidentally click it. We're going to be fine. Markiplier set the precedent that indie can beat Hollywood. Yeah. And Zeffy, sweetie. Zeffy. I'm a good girl, Zeffy. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl, Bun, here to make all of you smile tonight. I'm a good girl. Also, I was a good girl this morning and made sure and told a little Garbingle Bean Angel your name, which you saw. And I don't think she understood a darn bit of what I was trying to get across. But I know you probably giggled. I'm a difficult child. Honestly, I know I'm not big potatoes here on Twitch. I am no Markiplier. You're a good girl too. Meow. Oh, difficult child. I'm not all of that. I'm not one of the top 0.5% streamers that gets 100+ viewers. But I really enjoy the fact that all of you do show up, that how many people have watched me over these years. No, Maggie. It's difficult. I am difficult. It still amazes me that as many of you that do, especially show up on Monday nights here, show up to listen to me talk. That's like crazy. That's so crazy. honestly, if I had more to talk about, I'd come in and do this more than one of the nights a week. But I don't think I have enough things to babble about. We love you, Caddy. It's like, no, girl, that's crazy. But the fact that it was last night, I actually broke. God, I hate doing that. It's okay. Your Valley Girl will come out occasionally, even if you are very much masculine or non-binary. But last night I broke 1,200 followers. That flipped my mind when I saw the alert go off. Like, someone actually did that. Holy cow! 1,200 people actually thought I was worth watching. Yeah, I'm gonna allow that. Don't worry. That word doesn't bother me. But yeah, I thank you. I really appreciate all of you that think I'm worth the watch. I think this idiocy that I do here is worth coming back to. Including when I'm playing stupid video games and getting mad at them. You still come back. I'm not going to lie. Especially after how it feels when you start streaming. And this was, I think you will find my pronouns are brain and dead. This is true. Lana Baby Hobkin was playing Yoshi's Island. I remember when I started streaming with the concept that I was going to keep doing it every week, once a week. I would put in an hour or two in Fursuit Head on camera and be excited if like 2 people showed up. And it blew my mind when I actually hit enough followers and enough watchers to grab affiliate. And I'm like, oh my God, you mean I'll eventually get ad revenue when I hit a $50 break? That is crazy. That's sick. Cool. And I just like cruised on that. And then one day I did get enough ad revenue that it did roll over. I'm like, oh my God, Twitch actually did a payout. That's kind of cool. It's crazy to think that I've gone from feeling happy if 2 people are watching. Spoiler alert, I was actually one of those 2 people all of the time. To the fact that I'm most of the time over 10 viewers on average per stream. And I have, without raids being involved, seen myself breaking the 20 mark more than a few times. That blows my mind. I can't believe that's a thing. Okay, taking dishes upstairs, then starting your headset up. I hope you're healed up well enough, my little plushie. But yeah, Twitch is a thing. Yes, I noticed that when I streamed, I had 1 constant viewer, me. Yeah, and that's a thing. Until you get noticed, I think I'm healed enough. Yay! Less leaking Nepal. That is better. Munching on graham crackers. Yay! I love graham crackers. Those are so tasty. It takes so much effort, even if you are something worth watching on Twitch. I barely even think I am. I had animal crackers earlier. Where did my animal crackers go? Or did I actually finish that giant-ass bag? I literally don't know where that went after we did the cleanup on the counter. God, that's a question I need to fix. Or did that get thrown away at some point? I don't know. That's an I don't know moment. I'm happy when I get 4 to 5 constant, LOL, knowing one of those is me and another is my housemate. While holding my plushie with a glass of milk, I am concerned. But it doesn't matter how entertaining you are if no one notices you because you have a number of 0. It's so hard to grow a channel. And I hate and I refuse to really thoroughly play the game of just trying to appease people and just be a loud, screamy thing that people will come look at. I'm going to do what I want to do on stream, and I'm going to be what I'm going to be on stream. And so far, that's worked out pretty okay. Are there things I'd like to do that'd be more interactive and fun? Yeah, probably. I wouldn't mind figuring out sound alert programs and stuff and getting those up and running. LOL, that's clever. But yeah, I wouldn't mind some of those things, or sitting down and actually making Stream Loots cards that are, custom, and maybe somebody would actually buy those more than once ever. Sure, I would love that. If you need help with those things, Caddy, feel free to reach. Oh, thank you, Zeph. Thank you, sweet plushie. I might bother you about the sound alerts things. I know some of those are stuff you probably understand. Then I'm just gonna put out I'll probably understand it quickly. It's just clueless of where to start sometimes. Oh wait, can't share it. It has forbidden P word in it. But it is nice knowing that I've been slowly been noticed enough by more and more people, and doing what I want to do and playing games that make me feel happy is slowly getting me more and more visible, which is really good for my style and my way of feeling on this. Am I earning enough off of Twitch to live off of? Oh my God, no. Yeah, no issue at all. Sound alerts are fun when done right. Yay! Zeffy smart. I will bother Zeffy at some point then, because Zeffy's made of the smarts. One thing, I'm going to put that out here to everyone who wants to cut my life into pizza. This is my plastic form, oven baking, heavy beating. Don't give a fluff if it's cars that I'm eating. Cute. One very important thing for if you do want to be a streamer, if you don't want to burn out within the first 2 or 3 months, first off, accept the fact that you're going to have one viewer for ages. Yeah, deal. Second, carbs is what I'm eating. This keyboard is asked. It's fair. Accept the fact that you're going to be streaming for 1 or 2 people for a bit. 2, don't stream things just because you think they're going to be popular games. Don't just play marbles on stream because you think everyone wants to see that. People don't just magically show up for marbles on stream because you're playing marbles on stream. You're going to be playing marbles on stream by yourself and be bored to your tears. Man, I'm jammed on that song so much in high school. Aussie High School, year 710. LOL, read it using the lyrics of Papa Roach. Ahem. That game is a banger. Yay! Oh, no. I'm not saying Marbles on Stream is not a banger. It is not fun when you're stuck by yourself, though. That can be so boring. El Solo. Especially if no one to even talk to while you're watching your marble roll down the pike. But play games you're actually going to enjoy yourself. Yes, playing with your balls is not fun. I mean, it'll pad out your stats at least. It will give you one important stat, assuming you have enough people watching you. I'm going to put this out there. The how many people are talking at once stat. Because that unlocks how many VIP slots you have available. But play things you actually enjoy. That is one thing I will first put out there. I'll I'll go to kinky timeout now. You're allowed. But yeah, play games you actually enjoy. I don't care if you don't think it's popular. There's going to be someone out there that wants to watch you play the original Mech Commander on stream. P.S. I want to play the original Mech Commander on stream again. That's a fun game. 2. Being a character is fun. I understand that. If being the character you're being on stream is not natural for you, if you have to force the character, you're going to burn out so fast. You will not be able to maintain. You're a character, a cute bunny. You see, the thing is, I'm just being me on stream. I'm not even being me outside of normal me. I am literally just being me here. I am just doing what I would want to do. I act how I am. I do not put on a character. I'm not shaming anyone that does any of these things, mind you. I'm not using any voice modifications. I don't use any pretend character intonations. I don't make up any stupid stuff. I do my best to make sure if you're getting the fluff of me, you're getting the fluff that's me. Because in the end, I want to be able to naturally do this as many days a week as I do it. And if I did that and I had to play a character 6 days a week for 5 hours at a time, I would be so mad at that character by now. Hands down, not a question. I would have been out. One of my biggest trade-offs as to when I started playing just regular average games, more days of the week, I gave myself the caveat of there's no time rules. I don't have to start or stop at any given time. I just have an approximate that I aim for. I play whatever game I want to play, not whatever game I think is going to be popular. And I do my best to keep up with chat on those days, but I make no promises that I'm perfect. But I do my best. So I made myself the agreement. Not only do I not care if there's a noise in the background. If Fopsy's making noise in the room, that's fine. If I'm not talking because I'm concentrating on the stupid prison game, trying to figure out a menu thing for a little bit, that's okay. I'm being me and just relaxing and having fun playing games with friends effectively. So, yeah, be yourself. That is really the biggest, most important thing about streaming that I can ever tell anyone. Do things you're actually going to enjoy and be yourself. Also, then we heard from another streamer, post your clips to YouTube Shorts. This helps a lot. It does. I'm too lazy to do that, but I should. Heck, I have YouTube Shorts. I can throw them up there. I was being silly. Don't mind me. Love you, Tia. I love you, silly Lily. I'm not mad at you for anything. Send something to idle chatter. Yay! On the bit of advice that I heard early on, the more you sit down and hit that go live button, the more chance people have to find your channel. Exactly, Zephyrs. You 100% hit another very important mark. Pats the caddy. Yay! Also being yourself 100%, do your own thing. Not to name drop, but most everyone in this chat knows this one as well. I am not Heartwood. I do not expect I'm going to be Heartwood. I have no intentions of being that cute little marshmallow fluff. I love her. She's a really close friend. She actually is one of the people that helped encourage me to start streaming. But
I have returned.
Yay, welcome back. But I'm not going to try and be her. I am not going to copy her style. I mean, other than VR chat being a thing, but like, that's not just her. That's a lot of people. But I'm not going to be her. I'm not going to be Writer Fluff. I'm not going to be Nylet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just a moment. Um,
Uh-huh.
but yeah, be yourself and be on. The more I'm on, the more random followers I get. I swear, the higher my number got of followers, and the more times I was streaming 6 days a week for 5+ hours at a time, I would get almost every stream I was getting at least another follower or two. That is scary. Yes, it's still a follower or two, not a follower 10, but every little bit counts. Every increase counts, and the more you have, the higher the probability, and the more hours you're streaming, the more you're live, the more chance you're going to have people getting there. Yeah, I love giving positive vibes and making people happy. I'm Magical Floof that lives on Lollipop Lane. You are. Okay, Miss Echo, go ahead.
So, in terms of posting to YouTube Shorts,
Hmm.
if you give me the edit access and all that for your channel, I forget what exactly it's called, but there's a setting. If you link a YouTube channel,
Mm-hmm.
I can then, from my end, post them to your channel
Oh,
without
cool.
even having to be logged in.
Cool. Well, that's kind of
If
neat.
you're ever interested.
I appreciate the offer. I think I'm small enough still. I might look into that later if I get bigger and more busy. I can't. I know where to.
Okay.
I know where to hit the magic button at least on YouTube to just push them out there, or on Twitch archives to do that. But I appreciate the offer. I really do. I thank you very much, Miss Echo. I will.
Of course.
I'm gonna keep that bookmarked for later when I when stuff is too far for me to control. That's why I have mods.
There's a
Period.
call somewhere.
There isn't a Paul. Hi, Scar.
No.
Bless you.
I'm. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Thanks to Gage, you earned that. Mwah. There. Now be a good girl and do your thing.
You're all sparkly.
I am. We both are.
You just loaded for
Yes.
me, finally. Nepal's all sparkly, too.
Yeah, thank you to a certain Fopsy.
She makes things
for adding
sparkle.
those. Yes, she does. I love it. Anyways, Zeffy, I'm a good girl, Renamon.
Yes, she is. She's a very good girl, Renamon. I'm going to move the camera a little bit because Miss Echo is kind of behind me.
I can scooch.
I fixed it.
Okay.
There.
All four of my eyes are watching all of you.
Good work.
But yes, my scratches are at least closed up.
This is important. You're going to be okay. If you scabbed up already that quickly, you're going to heal quick. You're not going to be Scarface.
Tea tree
Well,
oil.
not too bad. It was just very, very, very sharp claws, so it was actually a rather clean cut.
That's good.
2 cuts and a puncture.
Oof.
Not good you got scratched, but good they were clean cuts.
Beat me to it.
Tea tree oil is your best friend.
I need to figure out how the glitter stuff for my Nova. Well, the Alice came with the glitter stuff as far as I know. And Fopsy did glitter the heck up out of that Renamon as far as I know. My waifu does that.
Renamon does not normally come with this.
So if you are curious, Zeffy, Fopsy out of my Discord server, Fopsy Woo, that's my waifu. If you ask her nicely, she probably will help you. You're not asking her to teach you Unity from ground up. Obviously, you know your bag at least somewhat. She might be able to tell you what she does for that.
Yeah. Or if anybody else in chat wants a custom model and they don't know how to do it, Popsy does take commissions.
Mm-hmm. She does
Goes
uploads and
well
stuff.
above and beyond.
Yeah, she does modifications and whatnot, too. She's a skilled little fluff.
Yes, because this model doesn't normally come, Renamon doesn't come with her base attack, which is crazy. But Flopsy fixed that. Flopsy added Diamond Storm.
Flopsy.
She's a good girl. I mean, I could also ask Sarah, too. This is true. Just putting that out there. But honestly, ask whoever you feel comfortable that you want to sit down and chat with and that has time to help too, because trust me, I understand busy. That is life anymore. I really want to dig up and get out the first Lego passenger airport for this Friday. I was thinking about that. That was part of my wish list for last Friday, but I ran out of time in my dig phase. But I at least found the freight airport, which was my first one. But that's on my really deep wish list. I'm going to try and dig this week before Friday evening to see if I can pull that set out of the box.
Also, I have to say, your timing on pulling out and building airplanes for last Friday's stream was perfect, with the fact that Spirit Airlines had just...
Yeah, sorry, Spirit. Apparently I bought all your I have more airplanes than you do. Did. Seriously, I have so many Lego airplane sets. It is crazy. I can probably be building airport sets for the next couple of months every Friday and not run out. Just in large airplanes alone, I have quite a handful of those. That's the size of that big 4-prop one I made last week. I have
green one.
Yeah. And I have several more in the medium size. That's around the ones from the airport I did the previous week, and that little limousine airplane I did. Quite a few on that size block. And of course, all of the other weird levels and all the other old stuff. Like, I have, besides the original two Lego airports, the freight and the passenger one, they had another airplane come out that year by itself. I have that set too. I'm going to try and dig that little passenger plane out as well, because I'm not going to lie, those builds are literally some of my favorite builds of all time. They just hit me right. Caddy has great timing on pulling out, Nepal said. All right, I'm going to BRB and get up and freshen up. Good afternoon then, Zeffy. Get yourself up and fresh and sparkling and whatever else it is a plushie does in the morning.
Jack, that's not what I said.
It is.
Way out of context, but...
I'm helping. Besides Lego airplane stuff, though, I'm definitely feeling like I'd want to build some more of my space stuff here and there. Some of my older town stuffs especially, because the constructs of the 80s and 90s Legos is so different than the constructs of today's Legos. Most of them still had an open back to them where you could play with the people and whatnot. But the way you built a building was so different. So much of today has been like computer-generated constructs. Back in that time, we didn't have computers figuring out how to build a Lego set initially. You had a think tank of dudes and ladies in a room with piles of Lego pieces, and specifically handed some of whatever the newest pieces that were printed and say, make something, and make sure you use this piece in there somewhere. And they'd sit there and create. But I have so many ancient sets in this in that set of bags. It's some of them are like so fast builds. I'll have them up in like a half a second. Like when I do find that original police car, the moment I find that on a dig into the cases, that is guaranteed it's getting built that stream. It is my first Lego set ever. Yes, I will build it for you all the moment I find it in the giant vats of sets.
Nice.
Fun fact, my Legos used to all be in color sorted drawers for the longest time. And then I sorted them back into bag sets, and end up keep getting more and kept leaving, rebagging anything new that I took apart. I think it is now just as hard to find a set in my bag set archive that it was when it was colors, and trying to find that one little tiny itty bitty black piece in the equivalent of 6 shoeboxes worth of black Lego pieces. I need one little flat black top piece. I own like 4 of those in all of this. I'll be sifting for an hour. Fun fact though, small pieces do drop to the bottom more easily, so you have a better chance of, if you are looking for something, pick up all the biggest chunks out of the box and just shift it around and keep looking into the corners. You'll eventually find the little teeny piece you're looking for. I will say that from extreme experience, because when I went on that phase of looking up instructions online, I would just like, all right, I need a white one of these, and I just pull out the white drawers and I'd shift them around until I go, oh, found one. All right. I know I'm going to need like 3 more of those. Shift, 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 pull, shift, 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 pull. And now, as you may or may not have noticed when you visited, the unsorted color drawers is barely anything. Because that's literally down to either I have no ideas, acquired stuff that I found on the side of the road here and there, or donated or whatnot, or just from some of those few random block sets we may have gotten when we were little. Because back in the day, it was a lot more common. You would not only get like a car or a gas station, you might get just this vat of colored bricks. So yes, we have a lot of those too. Oh, Caddy, do you own any of that big UFO stuff from the early 90s? I actually don't think I do, but I have a few pieces I rescued out of that. So I do have a few bits and bobs, but no actual sets. Get a Lego Civ. Yeah, I feel that. But now when it comes down to trying to find sets, I've several times tried to sort the totes under the table into genres, but that usually ends up going to pot very quick. Look, this one started all airplanes. It's full. I have more airplanes. Shit. This one started up all space. It's still got space left in it. Well, it's now space and airplanes. Shove, shove, shove. And then there's, 3 months later, I took apart another set. I don't remember which tote's in which position. Chuck's under table. It's in a tote. It's somewhere. I'll find it when I need it.
Cataloging and labeling.
Well, they're labeled, but each bag is labeled what set it is. But do you have any idea how many bags are in there?
I'm saying label the totes.
I kind of did that, but the problem is I only have space for so many totes, and they're backed in back to back, 6 of them under that table. So it's a little bit more difficult to do too much in that regard.
Fair. I mean, you could also do an Excel sheet with like this set is in this tote, this set is in this tote.
Yeah, but I still have to actually be able to pull that tote fully out, not just be able to reach back and dig in it and dig into the other tote with it to get down to that one set.
True.
Because, yeah, you would be surprised how much digging you do in just a tote, even if you knew for sure it was in this tote. 18 gallons of Lego bags is a lot of sets. So many Lego sets are a quart or less that look like they'd be so much bigger than you'd think. Like I mentioned that Lego jet that came out by itself in the 80s. That fits in, I think it was a pint-sized zippy bag. That thing disappears so quickly into a pile of gallon bags.
Yeah.
That's me, all these sensor boards. Nice.
Where are you reading that?
Why am I reading what?
Where are you reading that from?
Chat?
Which one?
Betamink just said that.
Ah.
Oh, and, oh my bad. I'm missing you, Miss Echo. Ooh, woo. I'm in your YouTube channel now, Innocent Whistling. Oh, did you find that too? You're allowed in there.
I did indeed.
Yay!
Trying to make sure all the fools are behaving.
Hee. Running around as a pink Renamon in my Starbound game. Sorry, when I'm in the VR chat one, it's a lot harder to read that because I can't pin that particular tab as easily. I only have so much visible space, and I'd have to pin the entire window for the YouTube stream somewhere. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Things get harder. Renamon entered while I wasn't looking. She does that. Ooh, I could design a all-purpose table wall shelf for your Lego town if you want. To be fair, I actually do my 8-foot folding table and my couple of adapted tables that I use over there. And Fopsy has
In addition to that, though,
Fopsy has threatened several times to hang string from my ceiling to hang the Lego airplanes, to which I had to quickly say no. First off, it'd be so hard for me to get them down to unbuild and rebuild them. Second, especially with the third parties you saw last night, Sloobon does not necessarily have stay together power of hang.
yeah.
And even legit Lego, if it was hanging up there for an extended period of time, probably would start to have parts fall down. They are not
Yeah.
perfect.
That's
Did-
why I use Lego glue.
No glue, no Craggle.
No Craggle.
And Lana wants me to do something. Silly Lily, you're a good little sweet kitten, Puff. Who's a good little kitten, Silly Lily? You're a good girl, Silly Lily. A very good kitten. You let me scratch you behind the ears and stroke your back. You even let me pet your pretty fluffy belly. You're a good little baby kitten, Silly Lily. A very good girl. Good girl. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a bigger area where I could sort my Lego sets into. Not necessarily the built stuff. Just like if I could have a shelving unit, even like a couple of Walmart shelves somewhere that I bag stack. But the fact that I keep buying Legos means that I would have to buy more than I have now immediately. And that's already let's just say there's at least 6 overflowing totes worth of bagged sets that are not put together right now. So that's quickly a lot of shelves or drawers or somethings.
Mm-hmm.
I could also see like those square cubey shelves. That might be a good option. We have some of those upstairs in the smallest room. I could see doing that in the fabric cube boxes too. And it would be easier to label if it was just smaller cubes and go, this is what's in this cube and this is what's in this cube. Then I have to go and buy a bunch of cubes. They're not expensive, but they're not cheap.
Garage sales.
Go to garage sales and buy people's stupid fabric cubes.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
You get them for dirt cheap.
Fair. I made Silly Mao and get all blushy. Lana's peeking. Silly wants me to do the baby Hobkin. She is not subscribed, so I'm going to wait till the ad's over.
Hey Google, turn off lights. Thanks for listening for once.
Google, order 10 cases of Abita X Pluses. Triple extra large. I got a bug for that. For anyone that gets that joke, you're welcome. For anyone that didn't completely get that joke, don't worry. It was funny as hell. And since the ads are over. Lana, sweetie. Lana, you sweet little baby Babkin. You're a good little itty bitty baby trainee Hobkin angel cherub creature. One of these days you'll get your real angel wings and halo. For now you're just a sweet little cute baby girl who snuggles her little cinnamon roll plushie and her little My Melody plushie and hangs out with all the big angels and watches them do all their important stuff. I see you watching Miss Cuddleshy and all her work as a Reaper Angel, and watching Miss Heartwood and all of her Archangel Seraphim work. I promise one day you might be big enough, but for now, you're just a little itty baby Babkin Angel. I think that covered it. What did you say? I had my headphones off for a moment. Oh, nothing. I was just teasing Miss Echo and the fact that she was talking to her Google thing. But yeah, the idea of maybe doing the cube things might be a good idea. Because if anything, I could probably still stack those where the 18-gallon totes are. And it might be easier to get in and out.
Yeah, and then the labeling each cube, what it has, listing what is in each cube would be a lot easier.
Yeah. Even worst case scenario, have like a lined sheet of paper on the front of it and write it on there. And if I take something out, either, X it off, if I'm going to put it back real soon, or scridge it off if I'm going to like have it built for ages.
Also Craigslist.
Oh, for those toady things, the little square cube things. Like, we actually do have quite a few of them that are like in storage, because not only did we did a couple of cube shelves in that room, but we also started to do them in the closets upstairs for sorting things in those shelves on the tops of the closets. They were pretty darn near the perfect height for those little fabby cubes. I honestly should label some of the ones I have up there, because every time I go to get something, I think it's in this one. No. This one? No. This one? No. But I need to at least sort what I put in those. So yeah, I could see doing that. I'm going to put a pin in that. See what I can scrounge and or acquire.
Yeah.
And garage sale season's coming up anyway. So I might like hop around and see if anybody. We actually have a local like garage sale weekend. So
Ooh.
in our housing district here, into my little zone. Not everybody, does it obviously, but there'll be a better chance that if I go around during that weekend, I'll, spot some finesies. Also, I wouldn't mind just going around, since I'm kind of free in mornings, so I don't have to go to log in every morning. I could probably go around and like hunt for video games or Legos or things if anyone's selling cool stuff in their yard sales. Oh, you had some Legos for sale. How about $40 for the lot of them? Yeah, I'll carry all those home. Thanks. Takes home boxes where the Legos that are probably worth $1,000. Mine now. My problem. Legos, at least people are smarter about usually, but video games, they have no clue. Well, I put these 9 tender games out like for the last 6 years. No one's bought them. I'm putting them down to 50 cents a piece. How much are these? 50 cents each. How many do you have? 10 or so. I'm going to overpay you. Here you go. Here's a little extra. I'm just going to take all those and go home. You don't even see which ones they are? No. No, I'm being nice to you. Here's you said this was, from your pricing, this was $10 worth. Here's 20. I'll take those. Give you twice what you were asking for, and I win too. I'm still considering that a win for me. Very meow. Very meow. But that could be fun. Yard sailing. I haven't done that in ages. It's a dangerous pastime, mind you.
Yeah, my mom has found some good stuff at estate sales.
Me too. When I was a teenager, I definitely did a lot more of that with grandma. But as an adult, not so much. I'd always have a job and all that stuff would happen during the weekdays. And I'm like, yeah, yard sale Thursday and Friday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. I'm like, bitch, please, I'm at work.
Yeah, and getting time off from work is sometimes difficult.
And even when they do them on Saturdays, it'd be like, Saturday morning, 8 a.m. till noon. I'm like, this is my one day off, and you're making your yard sale the chance I have to sleep in. Guess what I'm not going to end up at? I blew Silver's mind. Good work, silly Lily. Honestly, okay, I know being technically unemployed is definitely not a good situation. One of my favorite things that I have out of this that's come of it, grocery shopping during the day on a weekday. Oh my God. Thursday daytime shopping is amazing. There are barely any people in the store, usually, at both Walmart and Meijer. I am just going around being myself. Nobody, hardly anybody to be stuck behind. Yes, occasionally you run into two grandmas, back to back, blocking aisle, talking to each other, with their carts blocking the entire aisle. Generally, I will just stop in front of them, like 3 feet away, start making the grumpy scowl, and wait for one of them to notice. Then they'll go, oh, and they move to the side. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need the Cheerios that are behind you. Thank you. I've actually come to the point where I stop. If someone's like parked in front of what I need, this happens a lot at the juice section at Meijer, where the store brand juice is. Someone will be sitting there with their cart parked in front of it, picking up the blocks of cheese in the previous refrigerator, trying to decide which block of cheese to buy. I'm like, okay, you got so many seconds before I get semi-rude and just reach behind your cart to get the pineapple or the juice. I'm not going to even touch your cart. I'm just going to look awkward and make you feel bad that you were in my way if you stand there for more than 30 seconds and I can't get to my goddamn juice. She's coming to tell you, and I'm on my way to tell you what it is. I miss yard sales. I miss the farmer's market too. I haven't been to one in years. I feel you, Jack. Alice Fillion, what would you do if you saw 100 werewolf pups? I would ask if they knew where their mama was. I would see if they needed to be helped to get to wherever they were going to be to their home. Meow.
But yeah, thankfully, it's been a bit of a long day for me, but so I have to get up early for my doctor's appointment, so yay.
I'm sorry.
It sucks. It's like an hour drive to my doctor, a 20-minute appointment, and then an hour drive back. But it's at this point only once every, 3 months, 6 months?
That's not terrible if it's only every so often.
No, I like my doctor there. My doctor that was like 5 minutes away. Oh, did I get a bad feeling off him?
I can understand that.
He was like a middle-aged older guy, and he had this like 20-something-year-old female assistant that would follow him around and do like all his paperwork. And he always acted like he knew better, like arrogantly he knew better than I did about anything.
Yeah, no. I'm done with that too. I wouldn't do that. Would you name them all? Well, if they're not mine, I wouldn't name them all. I would try and get them to their parents or to somewhere where they were safe. I wouldn't be able to keep them all because I wouldn't be able to babysit 100 werewolf puppies. But I would do my best to make sure they got to somewhere safe, to a either, depending on the reality situation, either a no-kill shelter or a foster home of some sort. So they would be taken care of. Because I can't deal with 100 puppies or children or anything like that. I also like going to the mall weekdays. I kind of figured I'm a little weirder. What if you were 100 puppies? Good question. My multiple personalities is not quite that bad yet. Yes, I appreciate. I kind of figured you were, and so was I. Meow. Silver's in here. Wonder if she'll find her way in.
It took me a sec to figure out which door. So it's the door with the blue lightning and blue light around it. Click on it and you'll get in here.
But yeah, I like getting to go out daytime and do all of that stuff and be housewife in that sense. It is nice to be able to go out and shop in general without having to go when everyone else is there or when there's limited time. Like, oh, you got to work at 6 p.m. The stores close at 8. Run, stupid. Hello, little baby Babkin. How are you?
Hello.
Are you a good girl?
Meh.
You are a good girl. What was...
So, here's how Crystal blew my mind. You know the movie Aladdin, right? The cartoon one?
Yes.
He sent me a video about a guy saying Genie never granted a single wish of Aladdin's. Of course, first time meeting Genie, Aladdin tricked Genie into using his own power to get out of the Cave of Wonder.
Yes.
Aladdin's first wish was to become a prince. Later on in the movie, Aladdin's saying, what if they find out I'm not really a prince? There it is. There it is, right there. Aladdin wished to be a prince, not be disguised as a prince.
I've got an answer for this, actually. I legitimately have an answer for this because I saw a video of somebody talking about this. Genie actually did grant that wish. It just took the entire movie.
Actually took 3 movies before he finally got married to her and became a prince.
Fair enough. But he asked to make him a prince. Not to make him look like it, but to make him a prince. And that took time to cause the happen. But Genie actually did grant that wish.
And you could...
So just...
You could be debatable on the saving his life when he was drowning wish. Because he did do that for Aladdin. He saved him when he was stuck under the sea and tied up. And he did grant him the wish of freeing himself. Granted, it was not a wish for Aladdin. It was a wish for the genie by Aladdin. But that was Aladdin's wish.
Uh-huh.
But
Genie got to keep his powers.
Semi-phenomenal, as he has quoted in the sequels. Not like full genie, 90% genie. Because he was still a djinn, just no longer trapped by the laws of the lamp.
Mm-hmm.
And why was he wearing his bracers in any of the sequels and any time after that? Because that's actually what shattered his bracers, was being freed. Fashion sense.
Back onto himself, so yeah, exactly.
There are no rules to what you can. There is no limit to what you can wish for when it comes to a genie.
No, there are 3 wishes.
Well,
you can't wish for.
No bringing anybody back from the dead. No forcing anyone to love you. And what was the other one? No wishing for more wishes. I've done it once. I don't want to do it again. It didn't come out pretty.
Pretty picture. I don't like doing it.
The undead one means he just doesn't want to do it. That's not really a rule.
The love thing, though, you cannot change how someone feels. I accept that as part of their limitations.
But
they don't want to break
so here's how I have a controversy about that. I did watch The Fairly Odd Parents, and Timmy came across a genie, and that genie said there are no rules, none, zip, nada.
Well,
versus the Fairly Odd Parents giant ass rule book.
Depends on which version of a djinn you're talking about and whether or not they have a limitation. Even in the Arabian Stories series, that wasn't the only genie. There was also the genie of the ring, not just the genie of the lamp. The genie of the ring had a lot more restricted powers than the genie of the lamp had. So there were more than one djinn that was trapped by curses that way. And they were still just djinns that were trapped by curses. They were not made thereof. So if they ever got released, they were then free to use their evil power. Also, most of them tended to be mischievous and more like Jafar was, and would find an evil twist, a monkey's paw style of way to not give you exactly what you wanted and make sure you were miserable because, well, they did not enjoy being a slave.
So we can go back to what Nepal said about somebody talking about it, and Genie basically did grant Aladdin's wish. He just made it take its sweet freaking time.
Also true.
He had to because he couldn't. He had to work within the bounds of reality to get that to happen without breaking any of his I guess, personal rules.
Also, he could have deeded him land, to which he was then royalty thereof, but he would also have had to take that land away from someone else.
Reality change.
Yeah, like if they would like make him officially the Prince of England. I'll just say he's the Prince of Wales all of a sudden. If they took that genealogy tag from that other person and put it on him, that would also fulfill that. And I just use that as an example because that's one of the few royalties that still exists. I got a lot of chat here. Hold on, I'm going to quickly catch up before it disappears. Are we talking Hotel Transylvania werewolf puppy numbers? I hope not. Stiv, Bob, Captain Smarkle of Billy, and the others formerly known as Billy. Aladdin's dad was the king of thieves, so technically he was a prince. So he already was a prince of sorts, but not a prince of, regular royalty. Reusing animation, that's what. Also, character design stuff. Monkey's Paw Resurrection, scary. Who's seen Fairly Odd Parents? Only a few episodes. Didn't Genie do all the Disney characters? Many of them. Norm. Speaking of good movies involving wishes, Wish Dragon was fun. I don't know that one. Also, hi, been a while. Well, hello, Loxy. Welcome in, and thank you for lurking. No falling in love, no reanimating the dead, and no killing anyone. You'd be amazed what you can do, what you can live through, though. I wish for eggs and bacon, no plate, and the fresh eggs lands on your face. Basically, that would be that's the Jinn answer of, you piss the Jinn off, the Jinn will answer your wishes in the way they so chose to. And a lot of times, if there are rules to a genie, it's not necessarily based on all genies. It depends on the curse that trapped them to the object that they are in, and the power of the genie that was trapped in said curse. So, Genie from Aladdin was one of the more powerful jinns, the Genie of the Lamp. So, his limits would have been a lot lighter, and depending on what his curse was that cursed him into the lamp, thousands of years prior to that, would have set said rules as well. If the rules were set on him when he was created into being Genie, when he was trapped there, he might have had limits specifically put on him. As to, like, the love thing.
That makes it sound like the smaller the object, the worse it is.
Usually is.
Restrictions they have.
Generally is. Genie of the Ring was, I believe, a single wish genie per person. I'm going to have the Genie of the 3-bedroom apartment. I get like 7,800 wishes, and they ain't no limits. In fact, you don't rub the lamp, the 3-bedroom apartment. You knock on the door. Genie, yo, what? Genie, yo. Can you like order me Domino's? Yo. It'll be here in 20 minutes, or your wish is free. It's always free. Yeah, I know. More things. Flew kind of on the radar when it came out. IRC. It was overshadowed by another big kid movie, including a dragon, Ray, I think. Norm was very much a Jinn and inferior parents. Genie of the Lava Lamp. Just give me the Dragon Balls instead.
Look what the ball typed.
No. Wow, Nepal. Miss Echo, whenever you get a chance, give Nepal a bug for that. Didn't Genie be a fanboy? Genie was just Robin Williams, so Genie was how Genie was. And don't take the Dragon Balls. You use those too many times, they're going to break and let out the evil dragon spirits. And we don't want to have the end of Dragon Ball GT again. What did Nepal say? Don't worry about it. Let's just say she deserved Bog.
I thought it was good.
It was a genie of another ring. And it deserved a Bog. If you can figure that out on your own, I am more than okay with you enjoying that joke. I think you'd have more trouble not accidentally rubbing that genie's source location to let it out. Oh. And I don't even have to say what it is. And all of you just figured it out, I hope. I saw enough of those in the adult dealer's den. Let's just say he would be a massive D for some reason. You know, he probably would. I'm pretty sure that genie would be a massive D. Loxy's smiling. Also, big toys for bums. Oh, yeah, think about it.
I need water.
A nose ring. The genie of the sinuses. Or at least have one. Think.
Oh my god, give me a second. I need to get a Kleenex. I'm crying.
Yeah, sure, Jackie was a nose.
Think about it. Turning Red had talked about all of the things that you could accidentally have your panda locked into your spirit. Same thing with Jids. How would you feel if the random object as a Jid you were trapped in was somehow super inappropriate? Or at least have one. I wish for $1 million. Why the fluff do you want that wish? Wish me free. Genie of biggest. Okay, and as far as live action remake movies, I'm gonna put this one right out there. Hated Lion King. I thought that was a horrible trying to remake a movie without any of the heart. Aladdin's remake into live action, I feel, actually was a legitimately good movie. Still trying to retell the story of Aladdin from the Arabian Nights tales, but kind of in a way that the Disney one was originally, but in its own way. It was not told... It was not a scene-for-scene copy of the animated Aladdin by far. And they didn't make Will Smith try to be Robin Williams. They let Will Smith be a Will Smith genie. Which is...
Because trying to copy Robin Williams would have failed.
We already tried that with Homer Simpson in the first direct-to-video version of it. Yeah, the actor who played Homer Simpson was the genie in Return of Jafar. And in the entire television series of Aladdin.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Homer. That was Homer Simpson for the genie for all of the Aladdin cartoon series and for Return of Jafar. Robin Williams came back for Prince of Thieves, the final episode, aka the closing movie.
Well, that's why I like the third one better.
Also, it's a much better movie. Be a shame if he was a white genie. Panda of the vibe. I hate them all on principle just for existing. It was already in my butt. It was funny that the one genie can always be a girl. It can be. They're Jins. They're not gender locked. But honestly, seriously, I really did enjoy the Will Smith Aladdin. It felt like it was a completely different movie. It didn't feel like in any way, shape, or form we were just rewatching animated Aladdin, but without cartoons. They changed so much in the movie from the original animated Disney variant. Not just like the character of Genie being Will Smith being a genie, which hands down, he killed it as a genie. He was on fire as a comical, silly ass genie creature. If you want, we can watch that next time you're here because I not only own it on Blu-ray, but I'm sure it's on Disney Plus.
You know, when it first came out, I wasn't crazy about seeing it, but I would be curious too.
It's worth your 2 hours, especially if you didn't have to pay any dollars for it.
Yeah.
I already paid the $20 for it, and I pay for my Disney Plus subscription, so you can feel free to watch it on my dim. Robin got $1 million up front before other stuff. I'll take 1,000 straight to stream animated sequels over a single live-action remake. That's fair, unlike the first one. I will admit, of all the people they could have picked, Will Smith is absolutely the best choice for the character with Robin being gone. Exactly. Will Smith is, even, like, for one thing, I felt for him with the punching the guy on stage for making a joke about his wife with the disorder. That was a baller move on his part. I think Hollywood, wronged him for ousting for that. Don't make fun of the crippled or the diseased. That's punching down below the balls kind of situation. No, that is a no. He could have done it better without the hitting part. Could have just gone up on stage and just yelled the hell at him. But as a husband, yeah, I feel that 100%. He did the first Aladdin movie for SAG rate. Nice. So apparently they were a process of separating them, though. Will Smith's songs of Robin Williams songs turned into rap music. That's okay. Honestly, he did a good job. He did a character. He did an over-the-top genie. And I am definitely not going to spoil any of the interesting parts because I want you to enjoy it. But yeah, he sold that movie to me. All the other characters, I couldn't tell you who the actor or actresses was because I never know any of their names. But all of the other characters, I felt hit a mark really good without trying to just be the cartoon character. All of the weird twists that were different and the ways things turned out not the same as the animated version, in a lot of ways, I almost think were better. It's like, for once, they actually thought before they did something.
Yeah.
Hell, I'll give one of the direct-to-DVD/VHS sequels a couple of points. One, the Aladdin ones weren't bad. They were at least okay. They were pretty darn okay. They weren't like, you're going to theater to see Aladdin, but you're not mad at yourself. The 101 Dalmatians sequel that literally picks up directly after the movie, and the dealies had just inadvertently adopted the other, however many of the 101 Dalmatians weren't theirs to begin with, because they had 17 of them, so 85 in their small apartment. So it starts right from there. And that movie was actually okay. It had an okay plot. It wasn't great, but it was still actually really well produced. It looked good. It felt good. And it was one of the later direct, because it came to DVD, not to VHS.
Yes. What about the live action? You talking about the live action 101 Dalmatians?
No, this was just the direct animated sequel.
102 Dalmatians.
No, 102 Dalmatians. Yeah, 102 Dalmatians is the sequel to the live action 101 Dalmatians.
Okay.
Okay, I can explain this. That's another can of worms. 101 Dalmatians live action happens. We just accept that's a different version of the story than the animated version. Putting that right there. It has a sequel.
I really enjoyed the live action.
I agree. That was actually a live action movie that was not a POS. That was still a good movie. But that had a different existence than the animated one. And it had the sequel of 102 Dalmatians, which is after the puppies had grown up and were adult dogs, because Dipstick, one of the original 15 puppies, is the father of the puppies in 102 Dalmatians. Dipstick is Oddball's papa. I don't remember what the female dog was, the mom of that situation, because I haven't seen that in ages. But yeah. So yes, there are 201 Dalmatians main timelines, counting those ones. Not to mention any of the different animated series which don't necessarily mesh with any of the other things besides them. Like 101 Dalmatian Street doesn't match anything else as far as I know. The 101 Dalmatians cartoon from the 90s, which was set on the farm, theoretically after... That one could potentially go after the 101 Dalmatians 2. Like, they bought the farm and moved there afterwards. But that's the only way that one fits into any other timeline. Which, by the way, yeah, that was a hilarious series. I loved it. I was so sad that it ever ended. But that's little kid. That's teenager me. Teenager me watching what would have been a little kid show. I mean, Will Smith is a rap hip hop guy. True dat. Before he was an actor. Yeah, and he actually spent all his money, and he lucked out when he got the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air role. Because he had actually failed on taxes so hard and spent all the money, and they had repossessed so much of his stuff. He was, he was literally went from poor back to rich again. Because whenever you were like, you did your own record stuff as a teenager, and no one explains to you about taxes, and if you didn't know what you're supposed to report, if a lot of it was like self-marketed and then they catch it because you were theoretically moving millions of dollars and IRS goes, we have no record of you, you get the ruh-roh raggy moment.
Yeah, because he had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and then the next big thing was MIB?
I think so, and Wild Wild West.
I forgot. That's a weird movie.
And the zombie one, where he was the last person alive kind of thing in an area and trying to cure it.
Mm-hmm.
And he did After Earth, which kind of was, yeah. And he's done so many movies. He's been such a prolific actor. I love so much. He's one of those ones where if I see he's acting in something, it's one of the ones I would actively seek to get the movie, whether or not I knew what it was about, just because I know I'd probably have a good time.
Fair enough.
101 Dalmatian Street was so good. I wish it had lasted longer. You know, it came long after I had direct access. I want to sit down and watch that on the Disney Plus because I know it's on there. It's on my homework list. Will Smith was such a fun guy, though. Still is. I mean, he's breaking back into things. I think the dust has settled over the defending his wife's honor punch, which I still stand by. That was deserved.
A punch, but yes.
He was so cute.
That
was so cute.
not
Yeah.
Sorry, that was not a good visual. I mean, I get the purpose and the emotion behind it, but that was not.
I can.
It's a bad choice visually.
It is. It was probably in the moment and just someone he was really mad at, and something really bad happened. A lot of us will make snap decisions when we're not supposed to.
Who was it that was making the joke that he went up and punched?
I can't remember. I honestly don't remember who it was he punched. But I heard it.
Look that up.
I remember when it happened, I heard the joke and I saw it. And before everyone was saying, oh no, he's canceled. No one's going to want him anywhere. I was thinking, my immediate reaction was, good for you, Will. Sticking up for your wife is so cute and fun. I've seen a couple of episodes here and there. I really should see the whole thing. It looked like it was a thing I'd enjoy. He slapped Chris Rock.
Yeah, I just found it.
Yeah, Chris Rock would easily be up. Chris Rock has a very punchable face, especially if he tells the wrong joke to the wrong person. He can be known to punch below the belt at the wrong time. And knowing at least one other person with the same disorder that his wife has, I know not to make fun of people with that. One of my best friends has that.
I mean, also, just don't punch below the belt with your jokes.
No, never do that to someone with a disorder, a disease, or disability. Unless you're in on the joke. Like, a person in a wheelchair makes a joke about another person in a wheelchair. That's fair game. You're making a wheelchair joke. Oh man, couldn't afford the Mercedes model I see. Yours is manual. Look, mine. I got a little power stick. No, right there. That's not punching below the belt. That is punching. That's punching up a little bit. You're making fun of the slightly more able disabled person who can use the wheelie bits and can't doesn't need to have the remote control car. Will Smith is too pretentious for me nowadays. That's fair.
His kids are not the best either, honestly.
I'm not necessarily after watching After Earth, I wasn't a big fan of his son. People can only punch below the belt, and my aunt made that joke all the time.
She's asleep.
This happens all the time, dear.
She is. That's why. That's what, Silver. That's why I never got bonked for what I typed.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go find a hammer.
She was in a wheelchair, LOL. Oh, geez. Well, that's fair. But yeah, specifically, like, if you're of a certain religion and you're joking with another person of said religion, making a joke about that, fair game. If you're similarly disabled or similarly diseased or whatever.
Or in a similar minority or whatever.
Yeah. That's why it's okay for people with a large amount of melanin in their skin to say a certain N-word that I am never allowed to say in public, period.
Bingo. Which is why I think all four of us would consider ourselves crackers.
Yep, I'm allowed to say that. And it was her go-to threat when I was being a butthead around her. Also fair.
You know, I'm a cherry.
You're a cute little cherry. For the longest time, Flopsy and I had a rolling joke. We'd go around each other. Because we were getting sick of all the rap music saying the N-word over and over again, we just go to each other and refer to our cracker names. She was Oyster because she's from Maine. I think I was Triscuit. I was either Triscuit or Wheat Thin.
Pizza flavor.
What's up, my Triscuit? Yo, my Oyster. How it be? To which, fair game. We are representing our stereotype in an amusing, taking it back kind of way, without making anyone else feel bad about it. And it was her go-to threat.
You're mine. I'm gonna have to look for and send you a video on Instagram I found. Oh my god.
Sounds like it's gonna be a good video.
Oh my god. It's not inappropriate, it's hilarious.
And if you're a protogen, you can say a clanker. The most important thing with comedy is to know your audience 110%. You don't go to the Christian gathering of Christitude and make, bad God jokes or sex jokes. Remember, know your audience. Okay, one race-related thing that I found was very funny. I was on Vix's stream ages and ages ago, just hanging out with them. That little purple fox, being the cute critter they are, and one of their friends came on stream, and they were also in a fox avatar. And something came up, and they joked and said, and they mentioned that they were the same race. And I said, "No, you're not. That one's orange and you're purple." And they both cracked up laughing at me because my perspective of those two was that's an orange creature and that's a purple creature. My head wasn't even putting together. They meant their actual skin tone.
Oh my god, I love it.
Not so much spoiler because Vix has been on cam on stream quite a few times. Vix is definitely of the darker complexion creature. I've also met Vix several times at conventions. Total sweetheart. Very cutie. Totally 10 out of 10 would snuggle and kidnap. No, not really kidnap, but snuggle the heck out of.
Kidnap in a good way.
Kidnap back to the hotel room and offer many drags.
I can provide the drink.
I love when you provide the drank. You provide some of the best drank.
Which I will be providing at AC again this year, by the way.
Boop. Button pressed. Button pressed again, just in case. We may have another plushie joining us for the last little bit. I apologize, Zephyrs. It is almost 1, so it's not going to be that much longer, but you're always welcome in.
Oh, boo.
So we'll add that to the list of things we need to watch when you're here next time, because that's not terrible, hard to deal with. Short movie like that one. And we could sit down and watch, this is my favorite movie, blah, 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 or we can watch Zootopia 2 or something. But when it's one of those ones that it's a random, I feel like I'd actually be helping fill a concept in your brain that I don't want to spoil. I feel like that would definitely be a good option.
Since we're talking about live actions, thoughts on the live action Jungle Book?
Never watched it.
I haven't seen that either.
I really enjoyed it.
I'll put that on the to-do list.
Out of quite a few live-action movies, I think Aladdin is the only one I've seen. Don't think I've seen the live-action Lion King.
Live-action Lion King, just Lion King with no emotions. And 3D animation. I never liked the Jungle Book story in general, so that's probably why I didn't aim for that.
That's fair. They did a good job, I thought, with the live action.
I'll put it on the maybe list. I might just skim that on the plus. And I see a plushie that needs a hug. I'm a hug a Zeffy.
Hello, Zeffy.
Hello, soft brain. Mwah, brain dead. Such a cute plushie. Who's a cute plushie? Zeffy's a cute plushie. But yes, if you didn't hear me say it before you made it, I apologize. Yeah, I'm probably ending about 22 minutes, but you're always welcome in because you're a well-behaved creature. Good work. I am proud of you for getting your stuff done before coming in and playing. And for fun facts, you both partially starting and ending my day. Since yes, I saw you this morning and in my morning, and now I'm seeing you at the end of my day. You're booking plushie.
I slept through your entire day.
Yay! While I was sewing, you were sleeping. While I finished off a bunny tail and attached a zipper. Let's see, most important thing is comedy. I have fondness for the Jungle Book to begin with because of the Scout stuff. I did a lot of tie-ins with the Jungle Book. Oh, that's so cool! Scarlett Johansson as Kai is hot. Okay, Scarlett Johansson being Kai, I can give you. Scarlett Johansson is anything.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. I forget who plays the evil tiger dude.
Shere Khan.
Thank you, Shere Khan. I forget who plays him, but oh, so good.
Fun fact, only reason I remember most of their names is because of Tailspin. Ooh, Scout Leader went by Bagheera. Oh, that is so cute. Aww. Aww. And Christopher Walken singing is funny. Khan. Yeah, I'm pretty darn sure where Cod Cub got her name from, as it's a tiger. And that movie is older than her. I know this for sure because I'm older than her, and it's older than me. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. In the original animation, a lot of the movements were directly copied, either copied from or the other way around Robin Hood.
Yes, they were. A lot of them were copy-pasted. Which is why Baloo, aka Little John, looks exactly the way he does in both movies. Because it is the same actual animation, just they cut off his clothing in the one. Disney was still trying to save a buck where they could. They weren't quite Hanna-Barbera reused the same animation for like 3/4 of an episode. Look, we're having a running.
At that point, when they made the original Robin Hood, they were not doing well financially.
No. I've never seen the Star Trek movies. I do recommend them. They are interesting. The Star Trek movies, even including like the old Kirk ones, were actually good stories. And you don't need to watch Star Trek before that. You don't need to watch the TV show to get most everything. You just might not recognize a character right off the bat immediately, but trust me, the movies do run themselves if you just watch them 1 through 6 with the Kirk stuff, 4 through 10 with Captain Pinecone, and then all the new ones with Captain Reboot.
Captain Pinecone and Captain Reboot.
My sister, I always called him Captain Pinecone when we were kids.
One of the I love in it's either the first or second movie, whichever one had where they landed on Earth and they were back in the 70s on Earth.
4.
Thank you. Transparent aluminum.
Yeah, they invented that.
Yeah, that was sci-fi then, and they basically made that now.
Nice. It would be easier to add clothing than remove in that style. This is true. Here, which the OG Jungle Book and the Robin Hood again. I would say if they were using just like the sketch parts and redoing it, because that's a lot of what Disney did at that time, they would have the sketch part of the animation, not the full finished cells, and then they would use the motion and just draw a new character finalized on that. They did that a lot in their earlier animation. Very interesting how they were the ones that act like they don't do copy pasta, but in reality, they halfway would do it. Whereas Hanna-Barbera would literally just reuse the same running sequence from this episode to that episode and 3 times during that same episode. Disney would they would either augment a cell, like put clothing on Baloo and change his color scheme, or they would just use just the motions that they'd already come to, that they did the research for and made sure they had the motions look good and draw a new critter on it. You'll see that a lot if you watch a lot of older Disney flicks, a lot of the older animated ones, and you'll go like, that's the same exact dance from this movie here. And you're like, oh my God, they just made a cat do a dog dance or something. It like blows your mind. I don't remember if I told you, but my uncle was a gaffer for, I think, Dark Crystal or Labyrinth. I don't remember which. You did say that once, and I still think that's cool. Family friend was one of the news journalists in 2002 live action Scooby-Doo movie. Oh, that is so cool. That is awesome. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. That movie didn't suck. It was actually pretty good. Partly because
there was a bunch of them.
The first one. I feel like the first live action one.
Oh, yeah, no, that was actually pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, he was an electrician for a much of movies, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen as well, and Sixth Sense. Nice. I definitely approve of that particular Scooby-Doo movie. It made fun of Scooby-Doo in all the right ways while still being a Scooby-Doo movie. So 100%, that was actually legit.
By the way, Caddy, I'm sending this to you for watching later.
Nice. Cat and said family member was also in the Cosby Show. That is actually still cool. No matter what Bill Cosby did outside of acting, I still admit I did like all of his acting career. It was fun to me. I feel bad about what he did and stuff in the long run, but I loved those shows when I was a kid. It's hard to erase your childhood, your favorite sitcoms when you were growing up, because as an adult you find out that they did something really wrong. It's like, man. And the more we hear about Michael Jackson, the better chance he didn't do anything wrong. But he ended up paying settlements. I think he was too innocent and too out there to have done anything to the show. I'm pretty darn sure he literally just was trying to give them what he didn't have.
He was trying to actually save kids from a certain island.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was trying to get them out of that.
That's why he was demonized.
Because them people had a lot more money than he did, and they could make him look bad.
Yep, because a lot of the kids whose parents got a settlement from him have come out and said, yeah, that was all BS.
The way they did Cruella's car in the 101 Dalmatians is really fast. Like the live action one, I didn't see how they did it, but it was a really pretty car. Thank you, says Loxy.
Cruella DeVille, if she doesn't scare you, no evil thing will.
She doesn't scare me. I'm bigger and scarier than her.
I loved Glenn Close in that role.
She did such a good job at it twice, because she did 101 and 102 Dalmatians.
Yes.
In fact, I think she did even better in the second one, because she was like, she had been deprogrammed between the two movies to be rehabilitated, and she snaps in the middle of the second movie and goes back to her original mindset. So you get to watch her first spin into insanity and then break. 102 Dalmatians is a trippy ass movie if you watch the whole thing and think about it from anyone else's perspective.
Anyways, I'm gonna get going.
You be a good little Babkin.
You're gonna be done soon. I'm gonna go watch some more One Piece.
Enjoy your pieces.
Yeah.
I think we discussed this morning that One Piece was a show about a bunch of old people putting together puzzles, but they're all missing one piece, and they freak out at the end. So you might as well get out your a nice jigsaw and play with them.
There is a puzzle downstairs I need to do with my family at some point, because it's supposed to be an entire map of The Legend of Zelda. I think it's
Nice.
called a princess.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, the original movie.
It's 1,000 pieces, so that's why we haven't done it yet.
That's not bad for a jiggy. Get down there and do that. Find your edges and start sorting colors. God. Some children, that's only a G puzzle.
You call my aunt and uncle children.
Yeah. No, the original movie. Probably. No, the original movie, they took a model car and painted it white with thick outlines. Neat. Imagine a puzzle for a map of Daggerfall. It would be in such a pixelated version. I mean, Daggerfall would have been back
I think it could be
for Morrowind.
done. It just depends on how big they want the pieces to be and how much art they decide to put into one piece.
Last puzzle I did was mostly white and lots of different Mickey Mouses in it in different materials. That sounds very interesting. Last puzzle I failed to do was the Dole Banana. It was a Dole Banana logo, and that was only about an eighth of the entire puzzle.
Oh, jeez.
The rest was all just plain yellow. No shading.
Anyways, I'm stalling. I go. Bye-bye.
Be a good girl. You're cute. I'm not cute. Singing One Piece, its name of the treasure of the Grand Line. Daggerfall map is, I think, the size of England. I bought it from Disney World Japan in 2009. Nice. Good find there, Zephyrs. No, the One Piece is a show about Caddy finding the last Lego piece for her plane set. I'll take that point.
Here's a thought. Is Lego just technically a three-dimensional puzzle?
Kinda.
Okay.
Depending on how you want to look at it, it's either a modeling series or it is a puzzle that can still be put together in many optional ways.
Why not both?
Why not both? That was hidden under the pile of plushies in the room. We found out at the end that Fopsy ran off with it and won't give it back until she gets Tickle Caddy. She would never do that to me. She's too nice. Honestly, as I was mentioning on Friday's stream, I so miss when Lego sets had other things you could build. Not instructions for them necessarily, but just pictures of them. And if you really want to sit down and figure it out, even as a kid, I figured out so many of the things that were on the backs of boxes, and because that was another thing you could do with your Lego set. It wasn't just build the car and drive it around town. It was take the car apart and see if you could make a submarine out of it, like the set on the box or something. That was just a guess, but oftentimes it'd be just reusing something and making something else kind of that way, but not the same. Like that dock platform with a helicopter instead of an airplane. Genius. Good use of parts. Castles often have different types of castles listed in their pictures. Like instead of being the same fold-out thing, there'd be this other kind. They'd figure out a way to make a door out of parts and make you have to figure it out yourself. We found out at the end that Fopsy ran off the beat. Oh, that. I wish I could go to Disney Japan. They have music boxes and mascots are allowed to act spicy. eBay, you can find most of those music box and things probably for not as much as you're expecting. People are constantly going into those places and buying them for sale. So as long as it's current, you ain't gonna pay too much more than sticker price. And you don't have to pay the price of flying to Japan or Disney just for a music box.
Yeah.
That is not saying don't fly to Disney Japan if you want to go to Disney Japan. If all you want is an effing music box, eBay. It'll save you a couple of dollars. 1 or 2. I think Zephy can confirm that flying to Japan and paying for Disney prices is a little bit more than ordering one music box off of the off eBay.
Yeah, just a little bit. There are things that are cheaper to fly to Japan for.
True. Granted, I would just love to go there and have a nice fresh bowl of ramen or some good sushi from a street vendor. Just give me that local tonkatsu and a nice plate of nigiris, and just walk away. Let me have my moment. I'm good. I'm a good. I've seen them scalp or sell them. I'd say the hard part is look for ones that are currently for sale. You have a better chance at getting it for less than the excessive prices. Yeah, they're going to scalp them, but there's going to be enough competition. There's going to be a higher chance you get a better scalp price. I've gotten so many plushies off of eBay that are expired and or exclusive to other countries and or both, and still got a decent rate just because there's so many other people trying to sell the same damn things. And only so many of us that want to collect Minnie Mouse plushies in all sorts of stupid costumes. I want a Coco's 7-Eleven pork katsu curry. Wow. That sounds interesting.
Interesting.
Oh, level 7. Level 7 pork katsu curry. I'm assuming that's a very fancy place.
No, not really fancy. It's a curry chain that's exclusive to Japan.
Ah, this is fair.
And it is so good and really good value. It's pretty.
To be fair, I have so many of my weird local or short or regional chains that I have stuff I specifically love out of. I love our local ramen place. I love our local rib place. You're never going to find a Ziffles anywhere outside of my town. You're not going to find a Saboya's somewhere else that's the same as my Saboya's. I will go there and buy a Pick 3 taco platter any given day and get a pitcher of margarita to go with it. And probably, even with a pitcher of margaritas, spend less than I would to get a McFood meal.
Yeah.
God, that's such a good margarita pitcher.
Yes, and dangerous too.
Yeah, that's why we walked.
Worth it though.
Worth it. Also, something that Midwesterners mostly know about in this country. It's a fast food place called Culver's. A fast food burger and fried fish joint. Their hamburgers are called butter burgers for a reason, and their fried fish is actually one of the best ones I think I've ever had that was outside of the New England states. And that comes down to you're not going to top a New England fresh fish fry.
And for those of us that actually like and can process cheese, they have deep fried cheese curds, and they have really, really, really impressively thick milkshakes that they call concrete mixers.
Yeah, they do. And God, those concrete mixers are delicious no matter how much they hurt afterwards. Ooh, we got to get those. We got those down here too. Frozen yogurt flavors. Nice.
Did she just go?
She just popped. She probably crashed. Walked one way, stumbled the other. That's about how it worked, yes. I miss KFC Crushers. Was that like a thick, milkshakey kind of thing?
They were thick milkshakes, and they had like cookies, that sort of stuff.
So kind of like a Blizzard or the concrete mixer kind of thing we're talking about.
A bit thinner.
Okay.
Still a drink.
Okay. So a thick milkshake, but not quite a Dairy Queen Blizzard kind of sitch. I can dig this. And is it?
There was one specific flavor that everyone loved.
Mm.
It was an Aussie staple, and it was Golden Gay Time.
I'd probably still love it.
Joking. We have ice creams called Golden Gay Times. They are the best.
I want a Golden Gay Times.
Moving on, because I'm not even going to think any more on where my mind went to with that whole statement.
When I was a kid and I could still digest milk a lot better, my go-to Dairy Queen things were always peanut butter milkshake or peanut butter sundae with extra peanut butter sauce. When you would get a large peanut butter sundae, normally it would just have a little like coat of peanut butter on the swirl you'd get. If you got extra peanut butter, which was only like a quarter more, the entire bottom of your cup was filled with the peanut butter sauce as well.
Nice.
I usually got the extra sauce. Yeah, but I bet it still tasted so good. I bet it's a delicious flavor.
Creamy, caramelly cookie.
That is where I was thinking. I was actually thinking graham cracker be part of it. But
Not quite. Do you know like the Arnott's the ones that you split in two? I forgot what their names are.
like vanilla Oreos kind of thing?
No, more like a butter cookie.
Okay. Butter cookie, good cookie.
Like butter cookie crushed up and coated the outside of it.
As a butter cookie connoisseur, I'm down for that. There are tins of butter cookies in my kitchen that are imported because yes. Royal Dansk, because they were part of Christmas tradition all of my childhood. Yum. Yes, I knew what you were thinking. I also thought that immediately, but I still went to the thought of what it was probably.
Sorry, Kathy.
No, that's fine. I always love bringing up the Golden Gate Time ice cream because it always throws everyone outside of Australia off.
So caramel and butter cookie. Anything else in there that was interesting? Because I'm tempted to remake this in America here and try to enjoy it.
In the crusher, they also had some chocolate syrup in it, but it was like the crusher was largely chocolate, caramel, the butter cookie, and a bit of it.
That sounds really good.
That's on my homework list. Next time I attempt to eat ice cream again, which is a very rare occasion. Also, never eat it late at night. If I'm going to eat ice cream, that better be early in the day, because if I fall asleep with a tummy full of milk, I'm gonna... That's for a bad sitch. I had a blizzard the other day, but it wasn't that impressive. We have Culver's here. I tried it once, but the trip was such a mess, I didn't really enjoy it. This is fair. We have them everywhere around here in the Midwest, because that's where they came from. We have one on East Main Street, LOL. Nice. Blizzards are tiny now. I'd barely call it a flurry. Bad joke, well played. Dutch Brothers makes a really good milkshake. I've never had a Dutch Brothers. I don't have one of those around here. That I know of, anyway.
My last name's Dutch, and it means brothers.
Wow. Wow.
Huh.
So that means Dutch Brothers is Brothers Brothers?
No. Growers is Dutch for brothers. But, yeah.
Ah. Well, officially, though, Zeffy is cute. I think we can still all acknowledge that.
Duh.
And that's how we solved that particular mystery. And now it's like 1 a.m, and I'm getting hungry thinking about all this stuff. And I probably shouldn't eat any actual food. I might go cut off a piece of that everything loaf and have a slab of that after I log out. We have the one in St. Pete near my sister's place. Nice. I actually thought one of the Cullivers was closer to us than the other one. When Fopsy did the online order, she's like, no, I ordered from this one. I'm like, really? And then I Google Maps them and I check the 2 destinations. And depending on traffic, it says which one is actually closer. We are dead center between 2 Culvers and only about 5 minutes each one. Yeah, one is go left onto that main street at the end of our road, and the other one's go right up towards the Target.
Okay, that makes sense.
Silly plushie. Okay, Nepal, do your thing.
Jack, I'm a good girl, Ranamon.
Yes, you are. Also, I need to remember to actually do that voice redeem. I forgot to do that last time you reminded me. To add the other voice redeem in for as a Twitch redeem. I'll try and remember. I'm going to try. I'll do my best. Meow.
I will message you tomorrow if you don't do it.
Thank you. Caddy, hi, sweetie. Hello, most precious of pennies. Good morning to you. You are a precious good girl, sweet Penny. Yeah, Penny. It's another one of your friends. It's a Zeffy. Hi, chat. Penny, did you know that Zeffy is a cute plushie? And Zeffy, did you know that Penny's a good girl?
Penny is a good girl.
Yep, we are confirming that. Loxy says hi to Penny. I'm still amused at how many people eventually find me from other places and come and watch my stream. Because I do work so hard not to accidentally self-advertise everywhere. So I can't say that I stream at anyone else's streams unless they specifically let me. So I'm good. I'm not just talking about that one person. I mean, I'm good at everybody unless they tell me elsewise. It's only when people catch that I stream that they start noticing. I'm like, Wait a minute, you stream too? Yeah. 6 nights a week? Wait, what? How have I not noticed? You never looked. And Penny says hi to Zeffy. And Zeffy's cuddling Penny. I need to make a redeem for that. I think I have hug for that. I don't know. I don't think I made cuddle specifically. I can make a command for that. I can work on that.
Oh, you definitely should.
Because you never know which one someone's gonna use. And that's actually a thank you for noticing that. Because the more of those that I pick up on, the more I can make stream elements commands that'll break half the time. Licking Roxas. Roxas is bang banging. Roxas is saying hi to Penny and to Zephyrs. Hug, cuddle are the same thing if you think they are, but I need to make a command for each of them, ! Whatevs, because I don't know which one any given person is going to try and type.
Cuddles feel a bit warmer than.
I feel this. I feel a cuddle really means you're getting into it and you're really feeling a snuggly soft space. Whereas a hug can just be like, yo, church is over. Everybody hugs. All right, you get a hug. You get a hug. All right, let's get the hell out of here. More Stinky comes over. What's a hug to? Fun fact, that's an IRL story. Yeah. Quick. Okay, we have to hug. Quick. Get me the hell out of here before Stinky wants a hug. He literally smelled like potty all the time. And I don't just mean like the little freshener cake. I mean like both a number 1 and a number 2 at once. And I'm like, I can't do this. I'm not. No. Nope. Nope.
First off, how old were you?
Teenager. And the person was mid-20s. But he was also disabled, which meant he was slower, so I could usually get away. I still wonder how I scrape my knuckles after I accidentally hit them. Oh no! No, silly Lily, they are not. They are both peak. Volleyball is dangerous. Grifter's waving. Penny's petting Roxas. Roxas is offering me an egg? Or Rox is offering me gamer pants. I'm a good girl, Grifter. I'm a good girl. I'm here entertaining you as best I can as a good girl. I will get that in just a second. I'll just catch chat before I lose it. Loxy's getting waved at. Penny is giving Silly Lily such a look. Loxy's smiling. Zeffy says, I remember when I punched a brick wall on accident doing VR rock climbing. I feel that. I smacked so many things during my first early times of playing VR chat before I made sure and moved my space. Grifter's giggling. Roxas is meowing. Legit week after I got my index knuckles. Feel this. Anyway, doing the redeem before I miss it. Penny, sweetie, you're a good girl, little bun papa. You're a very good little bun papa, Penny. You're such a sweetheart. Look at how many people come in and say hi to you when you come into chat. That shows how good of a sweet little sweetheart you are. People come just to see you because you're such a special little girl. Thank you for being a special girl, little Pen. Thank you for being a preciousest little Penny. The most unique and special one ever. Just got my Pico 2 Rip New. Oh no! I did not like this. To sell it. Oh, that's what that was. Not like this. Oh, it's the grumble face. Okay, I had to pull it close to my face. Okay, emotes are cool and all, but when they're over there on my wrist, they're a lot smaller than they're right up here, and you can actually see the detail of some of these things. Thank you. You are welcome, most precious of pennies. Half. You know, absolutely. It is such a fun night. I'm having a great night. Are you two both having a good night at least? Well, you're having a good daytime, I'm assuming.
The time is pie.
Yeah, it is for you right now, isn't it? What a delicious time for you to live.
I'm having a decent evening. Well, better than, earlier. But that considered, I'm glad I was able to get in VR.
Good girl. My only exercise for now, so volleyball daily it is. Yay! And Zeffy, did you get... Penny's making sure you got sleepies. Penny's looking out for you. Good plushie. I did about an hour and a half ago. Yay! Got up an hour and a half ago. And then you came in and visited me after you went and did your chores. And getting clean. Make yourself smell pretty. You know, like good plushies do. You wiped the fabric softener sheet all over you and you brushed out your fur and you made sure you looked your best.
Brush out so much, but at least clean.
You made yourself look presentable. And then you came in here. What a considerate plushie. Aww. And you're getting hugs. Aww. Also, I love the weird intersection of the time zone that I normally stream in because the end of my world is usually around the time people in where Penny is wakes up. It's midday where you are, and I start in the early evening where I am, which means it covers most of the United States' after work crowd all the way through to midnight for them. Chores? That sounds like a lot of work. I agree. But it's interesting getting the range of people like from your opposite world time zone almost, and Tater Foxy, which is also exact opposite. That critter is the perfect inverse to my time at all times, which amuses me. And then there's, people like Penny that this is 8 a.m.-ish for her. It's afternoon in Asia. It is after Asia. What a time to be alive. The internet is such a cool thing. Being able to talk to people all across the world while being a silly bunny on stream.
Yeah.
Life is like a box of fluffies.
I think Roxas is 2 hours behind me.
Oh. So he's at like, they're at like,
Exactly 12 hours.
They're at the 12-hour zone. Nice.
It really is a time to be alive because, this is something you can't describe to people how...
It's hard to explain this to someone back in the 80s that that's how things were going to be. Because video games were a square that shot another square.
Mm-hmm. Or even somebody nowadays, if they've never experienced VR like this, with an actual headset and everything, the first time I put the headset on and did VR, it completely blew my mind.
Concept-wise, it makes sense. It made sense to me before I put it on. Reality-wise, though, the moment you first put it on, and they react, even just hands and head, it reacts to the motion of your head. It reacts to the motion of your hands immediately. It wasn't a lag. It wasn't a clicky thing. It was just, there's my hand. I look up, I look down, and boom. 12 hours, pog. Yes, it's great. About people all over the world. Heck yeah. I don't want to ever give up having VR as part of my life at this point. Since I've tried it, it's something I'm not going to do it every day, obviously. I only do it twice a week. Sadly, yes, I'm being honest. I only get my VR headset on twice a week, once here on Mondays and once on Saturday nights. But I love every minute I do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's such an experience.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm a staff member at AC, and I'm actually part of two departments now. One of the departments, we have a meeting once a month, and I actually get into VR into a private instance, and I join with my VR my camera out to my desktop so I can join the meeting that way, because it's just so nice to be able to be this and be in the meeting.
It's a lot more fun to be this at a furry meeting than it is to be a human. I totally get it.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped VR for now than a year. I only started back last month because of volleyball. Now I'm on daily. You know what? It's okay to take a break from things like that. When I first got my VR headset, I was on almost every night. And now I'm on 2 nights a week. But I make the best out of them. I remember when I first saw VR stuff when I was a kid. And it was that choppy PlayStation 1 graphics kind of animation stuff, and it was bad. And it was like at malls and things, you'd have to pay like $20 for 15 minutes of trying it. And I'm like, I never tried it.
Mm-hmm.
And all those systems that had promised they were going to get VR and or maybe barely did, like the Jaguar promised it. I don't remember if that actually did release. The Genesis promised it.
Wow.
Yeah, we've been promising VR in home since Genesis. And I don't think they were the first one. That's the first one the oldest one I remember.
The first VR headset I ever used was that Nintendo headset.
Oh,
I'm just gonna bring that up. Virtual Boy.
At a store none of you will have ever heard of called Hills, out near where I grew up. This became an Ames, which then became a Nothing, which is kind of like a Walmart or a Kmart for any of you that are trying to figure this out. It was Hills. They had a display model sitting out on the shelf. Now, some of the other display things were like the company distributed ones, so they would automatically reset after about 10 minutes of a kid touching it, so they wouldn't just like sit in the store and play with it for an hour. This was just sat on the shelf. And Mom would go clothes shopping and I would just sit there and play games on it for an hour. Similarly, at the one mall, they had the Super Nintendo and Genesis multi-cart display things that reset after a few minutes. They had an extra TV on the counter with a Genesis and Sonic Spinball just sitting in it, just like as a thing, no auto reset. I played that so much in the mall, and then that is one of the few games I legit saved my money for and bought because I loved it that much. I honestly felt like that was the true best evolution of Sonic from Sonic 1 to Sonic 2 to what Spinball was, because it felt like the inevitable thing you needed to have invented. I know a lot of people down on that, but I thought it was such a fun game. A pinball game where you can actually direct you a little bit by using the arrow on your D-pad. Where there were achievements, where there are boards to go through, where there are bosses to beat. It was a thing. But sadly, no VR for that system in the end. Yay, licky, 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 licky.
Yeah, no, the only early VR I remember other than when VR really started, like in the late 2000s, early 2010s, I think,
Yeah.
was the Virtual Boy.
I remember seeing in the mall more than a few times, and there were like giant clunky ass headsets that make the index look compact. You know, like the ones you'd see in the movies where they'd have a VR headset. Look like that. The big, just like, strap on this, like, practically spaceman helmet with 3 feet sticking off the front of you because that's how big the screens had to be. I feel like I lost my phantom sense after stopping. That's fair. It might grow back. Give it time. But I remember when VR stuff was first really getting mainstream released, the existence we are on now, and the first Vives were coming out. And you would see some of the biggest name streamers got them like right off the bat. Like Nerd Cubed had one right away and was playing with it. I'm like, and I saw the price tag on the first Vive kit was like, it was like $2,000, and your computer had to be like God level at the time to run it. And now you can go to the Walmart and pick up a whatever the what's it cost, the what's it 3 is, and it's only like $300 for the kit. And I'm like, wow, what we've come from to what we are now. VR went from, yeah, you need a computer of the gods and extra income to buy another computer of the gods worth for just your headset and grips. Quest, that's the word. Thank you, Roxas. Brain stops sometimes when a word tries to come out.
And the Oculus Rift came out in 2012. That seems the first.
That was the first one? I thought the Vive was the first one.
The Vive didn't come out until 2016.
Oh.
Yeah, Rift was out first.
Ah.
I just looked up. That surprised me.
Because the first ones...
I remember wanting a Rift back in 2012.
Because the first ones I remember seeing people online using were the Vive sets, which is interesting.
That's because the Rift was really hard to get because there was only really the SDKs out until about 2016, 2017.
Ah, so it was unobtainium for all that time, and the Vives came out and they weren't unobtainium, and all of the entirely unobtainium.
The Vive came out, and that's when Rift came out with the SDK 3, which was a bit more openly available.
That makes so much sense then. Why I never had heard of that one first.
Back when the Rift was still lighthouse based.
I love my lighthouse-based situation. I have 3 of them in this room now.
So much better with tracking. I don't like Inside Out. Personally. That's my opinion. Mine alone.
Every time I watch someone with Inside Out tracking and they're constantly having to resync themselves, or their hands just go wibbly wobbly worse than my stuff normally does. Like, if Fopsy comes online, there's a good chance my left hand's going to go wog. And there's a very good reason for that. She's not going to, like, think about this. And I don't blame her. This is just something that happens. She'll push her chair away from her desk. I'm sitting on my chair, pushed away from my desk. She pushes the far corner of the room from her. Guess where I am? So all of a sudden, the back of her chair is up against my left hand, and my left hand stops working. I'm like, tap, tap, tap. Turns chair. There, my hand works again. We both have 3 track. Yeah, I know. I actually watched the clock over there, if you didn't notice. We both have 3 points of trackers. I'd never wear mine for stream, though, because it's a pain in the ass. But she always does when she comes into VR. Belly and both feets.
Yeah, I want to get trackers, but they're not cheap.
When you're sitting on a chair for 6 hours, because, dear God, I'm not going to stand for 6 hours, I commend any of these streamers who I watch and we both know that will stand for 5+ hours while they're streaming. That's a lot more stability than my pegs will allow. I can walk for 6 hours. I can walk for 12 hours in a day. I can't stand stillish for 2.
I've moved from a headset that was Steam VR native to a headset that's no longer Steam VR native, and the quality of the tracking, because it all has to go through the headset's application now, despite still using the standard HTC Lighthouse spaces, and it still uses Steam VR, it has to go through their software first. The tracking's just... I miss running the Vive, but I also can't go back to it due to just screen quality.
Fair. One of the biggest reasons why we haven't switched off of the indexes is because we love the quality of the screens. Yes, there's a couple that are better now.
I would have loved to upgrade to the index from the OG Vive, but the headset I got, I was given when my old man upgraded. So
that's called fair.
Yeah. I'm gonna deal with it. Yes, I'll have worse full body tracking and hand tracking and whatever because of the software, but I get a much better headset that is great for everything from sim racing to anything else.
This is very fair. I really want to try some other VR games too.
When I got this headset, this is the Vive Pro 2.
Yeah.
So it's probably the upgraded version that you were talking about, but it's
the upgraded version of the Vive Pro, and the Vive Pro was the upgraded version of what I had. I had the OG Vive.
Okay. And the only reason I got this is because it was an open box deal on Amazon.
Oh yeah, and that's fine. Vives
So it was
the most rugged headset on the market, in my opinion.
I had just got.
Annoyingly,
it is my backup.
I had just got a bonus at work that was just a little bit more than the cost of a index kit, and I decided that was what I was buying with it.
I actually bought mine about before COVID.
Oh.
But it wasn't until
nice.
COVID that I actually started using it. And I got my Vive secondhand for like $500.
Oh, nice.
When they were still going new for $1,200.
I got this. I think I've been streaming for 3 years now. If you check your watch time, it'll tell me about how long it's been. That's around how long ago I got my headset, because I got it not long after I started streaming games.
What's the command for that?
Exclamation watch time. I'm finally out of bed. Well, good morning, Penny. Welcome to the world. There you are. Oh, no, that's how much time. Follow age. That's my bad.
That's right, follow age, yeah.
Zeffy's been following for 1 year and 11 months. 3 years, 4 months. Yeah, that does basically cover it. Because you followed me right away. It was around March/April, I think, of that year that I picked up the headset kit. And I'd started streaming in January. So 3 years ago-ish is when I dove all the way in. And the only reason I started in VR Chat in the first place, I was actually reluctant for the longest time till some little pink squeak monster asked me really nicely to come create an account and come hang out with them in their anniversary subathon thing.
No.
Yeah, it's her fault I tried VR Chat.
first week of VR Chat back in 2020, because, you know, we was all stuck at home, had nothing else to do. I had the VR headset. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to give this a try. I met some incredible people the first day. And then that same week, I met a little desktop hobkin.
Oh my god. Really? Wow. This is the last day of work.
Yay. A very large part of my online life for the last 6 years.
That would make a lot of sense. She was also one of the first people I got to meet in VR Chat in desktop mode as well.
I remember they had full body tracking before they even had a headset.
Because they actually bought the wrong thing first. Little pink squeak monster? Yes, it was Connie. Fun fact, though, I'd known Connie for ages. I've known her for probably 20 plus years at this point.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I've met her in real life at conventions before. She's a really nice person in real life. But yeah, Foxy and I have literally known her for decades. We were.
I'd love to get over there and meet you all, but you know,
I completely understand. Flying to Florida is a pain in the ass. Flying to literally the exact opposite point of the world, almost to the T. I would not want to sit through that flight, let alone pay for it.
I'd be going to Canada first.
Probably.
Definitely.
I know a few good people up that way.
In my life that is in Canada that I go to first.
Aww.
Then they come in with me to everyone else.
Yay! I know another certain cute little plush doggy / turtle that lives just north of the border from me that I would love to go hang out with. Only about a 6-hour drive. Also, his fault that I ran into that other group on VR Chat on Saturday night. So, he was apparently co-hosting that meetup. So, blame him. Not necessarily something you'd want to go to, but yeah. It hit a lot of my buttons.
No, that's fair. It'd be worth it to go to if I could just hang out with him.
True dat. Damn, longer than I expected for both my followage and my watch time. Well, a lot of you been here for quite an age. I am proud of you all for hanging out with me for strangely long amounts of time. Zeffy's been here for almost 2 years. Nepal's been 3.5 years nearly. Silly Lily, about 2.5. Penny found me just under a year ago. I think it was when I raided Mama Waffle. Silly Lily's spent 2 months and 5 hours watching me. And Roxas has been following me for 4 months and almost a fifth. Wow. Okay, I do need to wrap up because I did get the pop-up. My right controller is dying. So I'm going to see who is on still that I can go bother. Thank you. Yes. Thursday is a holiday in Sweden, which means I have half work day tomorrow. So I took out ours tomorrow on vacation. That is sweet. I hope you enjoy your time off there, sweet little Penny. The other person I was watching stopped streaming for the night. How am I supposed to grind for points if people log off and raid me off to someone I don't know? Grumble, grumble, grumble. You know, it's Monday. I think that's been often my Monday night stream results, so he gets it. I only have about 5 people that I know that are streaming right now, period. So the fact that I'm probably going to the same person every Monday for a while is the tracks. There he is. RGB Puppy Merrick. Oh my god, he's being extra cute right now. Okay, we're starting the raid process. Hopefully he's still doing that when you get there. He's being a squishy for the looks of it. Damn it.
That's adorable.
Okay. So we're raiding you out to Zaldar. Please be good to that sweet little doggo. I hope you have a great rest of your life. Believe me, I will. Roxas is wiggling. We need more bunnies. Benoys! There always needs to be lots of Benoys. Penny's a good Benoy. So there's that. Thank you all again for spending time with me. Thank you all for being awesome. I'm gonna send you off before things die. Give that little puppy a hug. Bye, everybody. Meow. Penny's being an adorable bunny. Yay.